Sure.
Up on the screen for directors. Directors, we're going to get started. Everyone should have in their computer your agenda for today and the accompanying documents. So I'd like to welcome Area F Alternate Director Heather Allen. Welcome, Heather, down in the far corner. And online with us today, we've got Director Knodel, Director Oberich, Director Robinson, and Director Trainer. So they're on the screens, and I'm going to turn things over to CAO Bill Newell.
Good morning. So this is the day every year because we have a regulatory requirement when later in the day you're going to elect your chair and vice chair for the Regional District Board of Directors and your chair and vice chair for the Okanagan-Similkameen Regional Hospital District Board of Directors. But before that, and a number of other regulatory things that we have to do, like schedules and signing authorities and that sort of thing. But always before that, what we like to do is just have a day where you get to sit and talk amongst yourselves or to get presentations on important issues that we think are going to come up and hit us in the face over the next year or next several years, as the case with these ones that we're going to present on today. So the morning, we have two presentations that are going to come in. One from the provincial ministry that's responsible for Indigenous relations. And then we also have a joint panel from UBCM and the Ministry of Municipal Affairs on responsible conduct for elected officials, because with Bill 26, which is just out, and the new legislation that'll come out early in the spring, it's going to be a requirement for councils and boards to at least consider codes of conduct. Okay? They didn't go as far as Alberta or Ontario with regards to enforcement on a code, but it seems like we're starting down that road. And we all know that UBCM has had their policy committee for several years talking about responsible conduct. So that's on the docket for this morning as well. And then later on this afternoon, we're going to break out into the rounds that you see in the middle of the floor to talk about some of the issues that rose up to us through our discussion with staff on the risk register, and then also our SWOT exercise as we started working on the business plan for 2022. And there are some issues there that we think the board would be interested and would want to have some input into. So we'll put you in designated spots out at the rounds. First of all, before we get going, we should talk about the safety guidelines. We still are under COVID restrictions. We know that Public Health Order 192 has expired, so not that anymore, but we still do have the restrictions on masking and keeping people safe. For the regional district, we have our communicable disease plan that we follow, and with all of that good stuff. But for this type of a meeting where we are spread around, that's why we've put name plates up for where you're to sit, both at the U and in the rounds, is that you're not supposed to touch other people's space or stuff. So when you get up from your seat, you don't have to wear your mask at the table, but when you get up from your seat and you are in the common areas, please put your mask on. We don't have the 6-foot social distancing requirement anymore. It's supposed to be a reasonable distance. Okay, so it's left up to your discretion, but there is still that omnipresent requirement to remain as safe as possible when we're interacting. So just a couple of slides on this, which mostly, so you don't have to have your mask on when you're seated or eating or drinking, which would make sense. And otherwise, please put it on. when you're moving throughout the facility, we know the washrooms are out the door to the right down the hallway, or when we break for lunch or breaks, which is just outside the door on my right. Please put on your mask when you're out there, and then when you get back to your seat, then you can take them off again. So there are lots of little bottles with the sanitizer around, and we've already mentioned that try not to get too close or familiar with your colleagues during the event. After hours, you're on your own, but during the event, please maintain the distancing. And other than that, it's just all about common sense. And that's really all that's left with regards to COVID restrictions nowadays, is just mask when you're in public areas, and then be cautious. Whenever we do one of these, we always talk about confidentiality requirements. There's nothing that we're going to say today that's confidential, so feel free to share at any point during or after. When we have the delegations on, speaking about our 2 plenary sessions, there will be time for questions. So if during the presentation something twigs your interest, write it down, and then the chair will go through the typical process for keeping a list and making sure that we get everybody. And we do have 4, sometimes Director Trainer may be in, sometimes she'll be electronic, but the other 3, I believe, so Director Knodel, Oberick, and who was the other one? Robinson. And Robinson, I believe, are electronic all day. And then we have to be done this by 2:30 because we have our inaugural meeting scheduled for 3, and we want to give you a break before the inaugural meeting. We'll do the regional district board meeting first, and then we'll do the hospital district. And they should be short. It's basically the election and then some of the mandatory requirements that we have, but shouldn't take long. And then you're free for the night. We'll remind you at the end of the day, but this room is secure. It'll be locked overnight. If you want to leave stuff in it, feel free to do so. Otherwise, we're back in here again tomorrow for your first budget committee meeting. Let me introduce Ed Chow, my colleague from the town of Oliver. This is Ed's first experience with our whole group. Ed is the new CAO, started on July 5th down in Oliver. Came to them from the town of Wainwright over in Alberta, but also has experience at the CAO level in British Columbia, and a master's in public administration and an experienced, knowledgeable CAO. So we were very happy to have him join our first CAO group meeting yesterday, and Ed fit right in. So we're really pleased to have him in the Valley. So with that, Madam Chair, we'll turn it back over to you. Oh, you don't want to turn it?
Well, no. I would like to also welcome alternate director Petra Ventimilla, who's joined us today. Welcome, Petra. Thank you for being here.
Okay. Yes, I will. And could I just get a thumbs up? Is our first delegation queued up? Okay. All right. So let me first of all get my bio up while Danny is getting our presenters in the queue. Okay, so let me just check that. So we have some presenters that are going to talk to us about the about DRIP, or the Declaration of on Rights of Indigenous People, and we have Diana Porter from municipal affairs, but different branches within municipal affairs. So Diana Porter, Brent Mueller, and Jamie Apollonia. And let me just go back here. So we know that our liaison with our Indigenous people, we have 4 bands within the regional district: Penticton Indian Band, Osoyoos Indian Band, Upper and Lower Similkameen Indian bands, and we have close relations with all of them. We have many service contracts with all of them for various different services that they offer, and different agreements. During the past few years, we've had different we've had different agreements, sort of a best intentions type of relationship, and of course that wanes or elevates with the issues of the day. So, but nevertheless, we are inextricably linked with our 4 bands in the regional district, and this is a continually evolving field, and I feel sorry for the people that do this for a living and trying to keep up with all of the court findings and the various issues and activities that are going on at the time. But nevertheless, we rely heavily on the experts in the field. So I'm just going to turn this over, and I'm not sure who is the lead presenter for the ministry on this. And then either they can each introduce themselves, or we can do that later. So is it Diana? Are you the lead presenter?
Yes.
Maybe I'll just
thank you.
over. There we go. It's the mute problem. So I'll just turn it over to you, and you can take it away.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm going to bring up a PowerPoint, so bear with me if this this goes sideways for me, but hopefully this will. Can everyone just see the slide deck now?
Yeah, it's up, Diana.
Perfect. Thank you, Jaime. Yeah, so thanks so much for inviting us today. We're all from Municipal Affairs, and we do all work in the Governance and Structure branch, which is part of the local government division. So I'm joined by my colleague Jaime and our director, Brent Mueller from Governance Relations. So thank you both for being here as well today. So we're really grateful to be joining. We're all joining from Lekwungen territory, where the Songhees and Esquimalt relationship continues to this day on these lands. And with that, I think I'll just begin the presentation. So this is a little bit of an overview of reconciliation and the Declaration Act, as was discussed earlier, and then I will speak a little bit more specifically about local governments and the relationship to that. So this definition of reconciliation here from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission is there has to be awareness of the past, acknowledgement of the harm that has been inflicted, atonement for the causes, and action to change the behavior. So reconciliation really is about establishing and maintaining a mutually respectful relationship between Indigenous and non-Indigenous people in this country. So Reconciliation Canada goes a little further on this to talk about the historical context and the residential school legacy of unresolved trauma being a critical component, that acknowledgement that it takes the commitment of multiple generations, and that it really does take that collective effort, and that those relationships must be built on a foundation of dignity and respect for cultural differences. And it touches all aspects: social, economic, cultural, and it includes First Nation governance and jurisdiction. So in BC, a lot of you may already know this, but we have more than 270,000 people in BC identifying as Indigenous. It's about 1/6 of the country. And we are fortunate to have a great diversity, and there of the about 600 Indian Act bands in Canada, 200, a little over 200 are here, so represented by a vast variety of language families and dialects. And Unsurprisingly, because of that, and like local governments, there's not a one-size-fits-all formula, but our relationships and reconciliation are critical to the success as we move forward. And we know there's a lot of unfinished business that makes our context unique. There's been very few historic treaties that were concluded in BC, and only a few modern-day treaties signed. There's a lot of land base impacted by undefined Aboriginal rights. And we know that the Constitution of Canada is a big piece of that, in the Section 35 rights of the existing Aboriginal and treaty rights of Aboriginal peoples of Canada are hereby recognized and affirmed. It's right there. And of course, as also was mentioned, the courts really reinforcing what we have known, and that importance of the duty to consult. And there's intergenerational trauma, and Indigenous people are committed to a healing journey from the legacy of residential schools. So the province has a vision, a positive, lasting relationship with Indigenous peoples whose communities are healthy, prosperous, sustainable, and self-determining. And I would argue, local governments are also communities we want to see healthy, prosperous, sustainable, and self-determining. And the province, each minister has in their mandate that there's the importance of lasting and meaningful reconciliation, and that it's an ongoing process and a shared responsibility for all of us. So all of the ministries must remain focused on creating opportunities for Indigenous peoples to be full partners in our economy and providing a clear and sustainable path for everyone to work towards lasting reconciliation. So we know over the years that has looked different, and it looks different in each area of the province. You may be familiar with the sort of the pathway to reconciliation displayed on the screen. There's various agreements the province enters into that get increasingly more complex and increasingly more expensive in what they cover. And then that historical view of treaty being one of the highest forms of that reconciliation. But we know that our province, there are more than one ways to advance reconciliation, and the approaches are flexible and comprehensive on the pathways there for nations. And of course, continuing that reconciliation journey, the province now has the Declaration Act, which further provides this pathway. And it comes from, as most of you might be aware, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. So that was in 2007. I think worth noting that came almost after 25 years of negotiations. So this has been a long journey, and there was, the residential schools apology here in Canada in 2008 from then Prime Minister Stephen Harper. And in 2015, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which is still a guiding document to reconciliation in Canada, was released. Canada itself adopted the UN Declaration in May 2016. And that's, along with 148 other nations, are signatories to it. And then the draft principles that were really informed by and built on the federal principles and the UN Declaration came out in 2018. So the 2019 passing of the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People is a progression along this pathway. And then, as you may know, is that the federal government also, slightly behind us in June 2021, also have a similar legislation with the UN Declaration coming into immediate force. So again, if you haven't read the UN Declaration, it's an important foundation document for understanding everything that follows from it. So in order to understand the Declaration Act, understand the UN Declaration. So it's organized into 46 articles that really cover all facets of human rights of Indigenous people, like culture, identity, religion, language, health, education, community, and that emphasis on Indigenous people's rights to live in dignity and to maintain and strengthen Indigenous institutions, cultures, and traditions, and to pursue self-determined development in keeping with Indigenous needs and aspirations. So you can see some of the themes that the 46 articles can be broadly grouped into there, such as ending racism and discrimination, that self-determination piece that I mentioned earlier, culture and language. I'm not gonna read them all. But these themes are quite helpful for thinking about conceptualizing conversations and identifying priorities and actions with Indigenous people. So what does the Declaration Act do? We talked about, where it came from, what it's guided by and informed by, and now it's critically looking at the province's policies and procedures, prioritizing change, and that transparency of reporting out where that comes from. So the province worked with the First Nations Leadership Council, which is composed of the BC Assembly of First Nations, the First Nations Summit, and the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, to develop the legislation. So that's an important component that will come out later as we discuss further the Declaration Act, but it really does set out that process to align BC's laws with the UN Declaration over time. And it requires government in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous people to ensure new and existing laws are consistent with the UN Declaration, to develop and implement an action plan to achieve the objectives of the UN Declaration. So that's that piece again that I was talking about over time, providing transparency and accountability. And it's intended to coordinate action to achieve the objectives of the UN Declaration. And then it's the monitoring piece of that progress through public annual reporting. It does also enable new decision-making agreements between BC and Indigenous governing bodies on decisions that directly affect Indigenous people. We're still in pretty early days, so none of those formally done at the moment, but it is worth mentioning that, when you look at those sections of the Declaration Act 6 and 7, there are those requirements in there that if an agreement is going to be negotiated, that it's going to be made public a summary of the local governments and other persons the member intends to consult before or during the negotiation. So one of those accountability pieces that are set out in that Declaration Act is in that section 4 to develop an action plan in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous people. So you've seen the release of that draft action plan in June. So that was developed in cooperation with Indigenous people. And you can see that it's a strategic provincial scale whole of government document. It really identifies like short, medium, and long-term actions that reflect those priorities that came about in that consultation collaboration with Indigenous people. And it's intended as a list of actions that the province plans to take from 2021 to 2026. And a real big important piece of that is it's not intended to limit, but rather supplement ongoing reconciliation work that will continue whether or not it's in the action plan. So the province was working on many reconciliation initiatives prior to the act receiving royal assent. It continues to work on many initiatives post the publishing of this, and similarly, we know local governments have been doing exactly the same. So the engagement period has closed on that initial draft action plan, and it's now under review with Indigenous peoples before its final release sometime in the new year. For those of you that haven't had a chance to take a look at that draft plan, it has 4 categories that are broken down there. So it's self-determination, inherent rights, self-government, title and rights of Indigenous peoples, ending Indigenous specific racism and discrimination, and social, cultural, and economic well-being. And so within those major categories, the Ministry of Municipal Affairs, which is the one we're representing today, is responsible for one item you can see there that directly references local governments, and that's action 1.13, which is of course under the self-determination inherent right of self-government theme, and that's to support inclusive regional governance by advancing Indigenous participation in regional district boards. And that again and didn't come from anywhere. This has been raised by UBCM membership several times through various resolutions to the province, and is in line with the UN Declaration principles. But I would, I guess, also mention is that there are many other actions proposed under the plan, and they address issues that may have bearing on local government jurisdiction as they're rolled out. For example, those relating to fisheries and forestry management. You know, these are important matters to local government as well. And that's also why UBCM submitted their submission on the draft action plan to in part, it did highlight some of those things, right? So while we know there's that one action, there UBCM recognized in its submission that, you know, there are other articles there that have impact to local government, such as the conservation, the biodiversity, wild salmon, forests, as I mentioned, policing systemic biases and racism, urban indigenous advisory table. So that emphasis on, but what it also did is really emphasize that there's support, obviously, but also that this is a plan that's about the relationship between Indigenous governments and the province. But that, because of that bearing on jurisdiction, that, you know, a notification mechanism to ensure early consultation and clarity of communication with local governments of agreements or policies is important, and that need to engage with local governments across ministries. You know, municipal affairs obviously works with local governments a lot, but so do many other ministries. And so the importance of the MOU that was signed, renewed this past convention in 2021 is pretty significant to that piece, and that's a piece of education work we are also ongoing as a ministry with all our other ministry colleagues to raise awareness to the importance of this MOU. So since 2018, when it was last updated, you know, things have changed. We've passed the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, so this MOU is really renewing and confirming UBCM's support for advancing reconciliation, like their submission did on the draft plan, but also underscoring that importance of local government's role as valued partners. And that it also, you know, again, re-emphasize that importance as local governments as orders of government with the potential to be impacted. So these are just some of the comments that kind of bring out the essence from the media releases of the MOU, for example, that reinforcement, that understanding and acknowledgement. Local governments are key partners in reconciliation. Many local governments are leading the way on this and have been doing it, again, long before there was this act and long before many of the initiatives that have happened in the last few years. It's important to building stronger communities. And I think I already mentioned the order of gun government piece there. So what does this all mean? Well, we know that the Act outlines what the province is doing, and that's part of that consultation, cooperation, and prioritization, and reporting and transparency. And then we have the MOU that emphasizes keeping local governments as part of that process, and the knowledge that with or without both these things, local governments are empowered to advance reconciliation, consistent with the UN Declaration and the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action. And, you know, I saw that on the RDOS website, you know, there was an article there that highlighted the relationship with the Penticton Indian Band and the sculpture for Naramata and the House of Bald Eagle. So, you know, we know there are actions being taken, and we recognize and value the work that local governments are undertaking to lead reconciliation at the community level. And it's really heartening to see that so many local governments and First Nations are working together on issues of joint interest. You know, whether it may be building a new water treatment plant, partnering in economic development or land use strategies, creating new communication protocols or gaining shared understanding of cultural history. You see that showing up in many different ways, just a smattering of a few of those up on the screen there. Maybe small for some of you in the boardroom. I know you're very small for me. Such as the District of Squamish there, acknowledging on their website where they're located in the traditional territory of the Squamish, also integrating that into their strategic planning. And this is a little snippet there from their council strategic plan. You see places like the Capital Regional District exploring their social procurement initiatives with a First Nations reconciliation priority to attract First Nation businesses and procurement. So, and I think that falls on that critical piece, is that there are many I don't know, one-offs, but a lot of activities from reconciliation, but we're thinking and needing to think broader at a strategic level, like how are we integrating reconciliation into the business that you as a local government are doing? For example, ensuring elected officials and staff have cultural training, like perhaps reconciliation is embedded in your onboarding process. I heard at the beginning of the meeting mention the 4 First Nations that are important in your area. What is the education you're providing to new elected officials and staff? What is the opportunity for knowing your neighbors better that's presented in that onboarding process? It's a really good time to tell stories about an organization's histories, values, people, and that big picture vision for the future. There's other activities too, such as holding regular council-to-council meetings, setting up advisory committees, thinking ahead to what dispute resolution processes may look like. And yeah. So what does this all mean? That we are headed in the right direction. We need to continue working in partnership. And we need to share those best practices. I highlighted a very few of them there, but there are many more, and there are many more thoughts and ongoing processes to think about these things more broadly and more strategically. These are not, just like we said, the Declaration Act implementation is generational work. So too is the work local governments are undertaking. You can see there, I just, again, put a snippet there from the Capital Regional District. They started with a First Nations Relations Division, a special task force in 2015. We're now in 2021. They've gone through an evolution of various things and are still also figuring it out, going through the steps. But there are plans and thought and conscientious effort put in there. So that working together in that spirit of achieving reconciliation through mutual understanding and collaboration is extremely important. We do also have our guide to First Nation engagement on local government statutory approvals that was revised last in 2014. We do have an internal process right now to update that guide because we recognize a lot has happened since 2014. And that engagement is important also to think about at that strategic level, to have an understanding, what are the matters of interest in your area? They're inevitably different to nations in your area than in other areas, but there also may be some similarities, which is why you have that deepest opportunity to learn the deepest about your region. As you know, I'm on Algonquin territory, so I'm not as familiar with your area. So what other things do we have to support kind of how we would think about strategic planning, how we would think about various initiatives we can do? The province did, with Civic Info and First Nations Summit and UBCM, partner to develop a library of resources. So that's there on the bottom right of the screen, the Joint Indigenous and Local Government Initiatives and Relations. So that has a wide-ranging examples of communities that are working together, and it's searchable. It's searchable by keywords and key tags such as land use or services and that type of thing. So if you haven't explored it, I'd encourage you. It's quite inspirational for other if you're looking for, say, an adoption of a statement of reconciliation that other local governments may have done, you can help find those there. The community forum, which, as I understand it, your regional district has used before, is still in place, and it is quite a flexible model to bring Indigenous nations and local governments together, discuss common interest, or to learn further about each other, depending on where your relationship is at. And the funding, there is still an intake open until early December, and the funding is at 100% right now, which used to be a 50-50 cost sharing formula. So that's also a really great thing to take advantage of if you haven't already. And there's also the pathways to collaboration that are up there. They're also all searchable and findable on that pathway, but also UBCM has them all listed on their website separately. So they are a focus on economic reconciliation and projects that highlight that there. And that brings me to the end of my presentation piece, but we do have that time for Q&A. So that just leaves my contact information and the resources, which will be provided to you at the end. And I would reemphasize, resources are really important. That education piece, educating yourself is an incredibly important piece of our journeys. And hopefully those links help you do that. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much for that presentation. We have an opportunity for questions from the directors. Yes, Director Holmes, go ahead, please. Oh, Eric will get you.
It's the table behind you, Doug.
Yeah, Eric will. Sorry, directors, the technical table will activate your mic, so just give them a few seconds.
There we go.
They cut you off.
Okay, I get the message. Right.
Okay, you're welcome.
Okay, thank you. So you mentioned that provincial laws would be aligned with UNDRIP over time. I'm just wondering, is there any kind of timeline for that? And specifically, the Local Government Act and Community Charter, are any kind of changes expected to those two pieces of legislation, and any idea when we might see some kind of changes? Thanks.
I'll let Brent jump in here, but what I will say is that there's no timeline that I'm aware of for when things will go forward in relation to those specific acts, but anything that's going forward now, that it is going to be checked and thought of in the context of the Declaration Act. Any pieces of legislation, that's what you're seeing with the new pieces of legislation moving forward. Brent, do you have anything further to add to that?
Hi, first of all, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Thanks very much for the opportunity to be here with you today. I just want to mention it's nice to be back working with RDOS.
One person.
In previous role, was happy to work with you on your first growth strategy, so it's nice to be back with you here all today. With the way the legislation was drafted and the adoption of the declaration, the UN declaration, province has to over time amend legislation to bring it into alignment. It just doesn't happen automatically, and so there's a process that's in place to make sure that new legislation is reviewed with that stronger lens, and so that's underway. But all of our existing protocols with UBCM still exist. So any change to either the LGA, the community charter, incremental change, still we have all those same protocols in place to work with local government. What we heard through the input on the Declaration Act draft plan, some First Nation organizations are starting to ask for some changes in terms of their relationship with local governments. And at this point in time, that's just under consideration. There's no immediate plan to initiate a huge project to review, from start to finish, those two pieces of legislation and other pieces of legislation. For those of you that were around, I guess, oh boy, 20 years ago for the community charter experience, that took quite a lot of effort. So at present, there's no immediate plans to do that. I know our minister does like to talk about, province has its work to do to put its house in order in relation to that. So just stay tuned. I think for now we have incremental change and the inclusive regional governance, one project we're working on. For now, just the incremental change piece. And if there is any changes that are made that impact your interest, of course, we've got all our existing protocols to work with you. That helps.
Okay, thank you. Next questions from Director Gettens.
Yeah, thank you. I was curious about the C2C funding, and we haven't been able to have one during this term with the regional district, and I think there's a lot of reasons. I think it's because we're definitely a large area, of course, working in a pandemic. We've had some pretty incredible summers with forest fires, but there is, for some of the areas, actually, so and I think also too, because we have 4 different bands, and there's just different relationships depending on where you are within our region as to what kind of relationship you have. So if there's a drive for a community or a smaller meeting with just one of the bands within a region, is that kind of a community drive supported through CDC funding? Or is there a way to do that? Or is it because we're part of the regional district that we have to do everybody included? And I'm asking because we've got some community members in the area that I represent, and we share a border with the Penticton Indian Band. And there is this real drive to try and get together more, do more work together as neighbors. So is that something that we could access funding for, or does it have to go through the whole region?
So there are 2 pieces to that. Certainly, I'm not sure if this is exactly what you're talking about, but municipalities also can go and apply to C2C funding with nations, and then also who and how many people are participating in a forum is quite flexible. So if it's the RDOS and for whatever reason 2 of 4 nations or 1 of 4 nations, it's not restricted to having to have everyone there. So and it's also worth pointing out, you can apply to multiple things. So it might be Penticton Indian Man applying on behalf of themselves for an event that's going to be planned over several sessions with RDOS to work on this specific thing, and and then on the flip side, RDOS could apply for a CDC forum with an entirely different nation. And, there's quite a lot of flexibility in how and what you apply for. So I hope that helps.
Thanks.
I just want to if I can just jump in and add to, we're really pushing the program right now in the sense that we recognize that with COVID and other things that are going on, emergency issues, reconciliation. So right now the program is fully costed. So you don't have to contribute 50% for the event, which is the way the program's operated in the past. So please take advantage of it. And like Diana said, talk to the staff at UBCM, and there's lots of innovative ways to access it. I know some communities use it annually. So it's not a one and done. You can come back and design all kinds of different meetings.
And it also failed to mention, but also there are a few communities that have, because of obviously the unprecedented times we find ourselves in with COVID, that have done some forums online as well. So, that's not something that generally in the past has been a part of forums, but, that is an option as well. So.
One last comment, it's also the scopes included now to include senior staff. Before it had to be elected official to elected official. So if the board wants to delegate some work to staff to work on with their First Nation counterparts, that's in scope now as well.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Director Spencer Coyne.
Thank you. My question is around Métis. I don't see a lot of, I guess, recognition of the Métis charter communities and that in the reconciliation work the province has been doing. How do the province and Métis people and charter communities fit into the province's plan? Because we kind of feel like it's not there.
Brent?
Yeah, I don't have a great answer, to be honest, at my fingertips at the moment. That was part of what was heard in the round of input on the Declaration Act draft plan. Not just Métis, but also the urban Aboriginal population that live in our communities that aren't necessarily attached to any particular First Nation government. So I think that's more, there's more work for us to do there. And I think when we talk about, it's not clear to me, to be honest, because when we talk about First Nations, we're talking about the band, the government-to-government relationship with the Indian bands or Cree First Nations. So I think the best I could probably offer is to take that question away and come back with some information.
So to follow up on that, you guys need to do something quicker than, later, because right now we have in our community, we have a chartered community and we have two bands that don't want them to exist within their territory, and they're very adamant that they need to leave. And that's putting us in a very awkward position because we have relations with both the bands. We have a MOU with one of the bands. We have other relationships with the other band. And we have, I believe we're the only municipality that has an MOU with the Métis community. And we have agreements with them where they lease our property that we purchased and whatnot. And it's putting us in a position that's, quite frankly, not our fight to fight, because this is nation to nation and we're not the nation to be fighting this fight. So I need you guys to help us. I need the province to come to the table and figure this out and how you're going to facilitate those conversations so that we can all live within our communities together, because we're all in this together. But right now, that's not how everybody sees it. So I don't know. You don't have to respond. I just need you to take that home with you and work on that, because we don't have answers for it, and it's only going to get worse from here. The BC, MNBC, they're purchasing properties to do developments, and was it in your draft 4.15? It talks about the Métis, drive to self-determination and that. And, under one of the slides there said, there's a social, cultural, and economic well-being is part of the goal. Well, these Métis communities are trying to do that, but they're running up against roadblocks because they're not welcome on the territory that they're working within, but they have a right to be here under Section 35. So we need you guys' help.
Yeah, I'm just going to jump in here. And so thanks very much for the question. And like Fred said, we'll take that back. But the province has the Métis Nation Relationship Accord was signed in 2016. And yes, the Declaration Act as well is for all Indigenous peoples, including Métis. So definitely we understand your concerns, so we'll take that back. Thanks.
If I just want to add, I really appreciate your comments. And we'll talk to our colleagues at MER, and we'll definitely follow up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Director Johansson.
Hello, you can hear me now. Just to follow up on Director Getton's comments about a community to community for smaller communities. We were successful in getting a grant, and Director Mark Pendergraft and Director Rick Canola and Town of Osoyoos will be joining us for a community to community in March with the Osoyoos Indian Band, and really looking forward to it because it's going to be an opportunity to get together in a less formal setting, so to speak, and really have some experience of the culture and the history of the Osoyoos Indian Band. Actually, some of the elders speaking in there and some of the ceremonies that'll be going on. It's going to be really good, and I would encourage everybody to take advantage of getting community funding in small communities and even large communities. The money is there, and we've had really good buy-in from Osoyoos Band contributing to how the agenda is going to be put together. So it is a positive thing, and anything that you can do to get started on it is well worth doing. I know Princeton has done a lot of good work with the Indigenous communities in their area, and I think it's good throughout our whole region to be focusing on that. So thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to CIO Newell.
So we may have to, I know the chair has a number of members on our list, and we may have to try and arrange another meeting later on. But this one is sort of a general one. I mean, for local governments, we know that the Indigenous communities, the bands are interested in land, air, and water, and that's their primary focus of discussion with local governments. But for us, where it hits the road, we have a number of service agreements with all 4 of our bands. And so when it's, the attention is directed directly to a service, that never seems to be a problem. Where we have the protocol agreements, which is really a best intentions type of document, and we're talking about how we're going to communicate and how we're going to work together with everybody. Always what gets us is mostly the land issues. So land referral, where we get a development application and we refer it out to an Indian band or a First Nation to comment on. Rarely can they meet our regulatory timelines, or do they have the resources necessarily to respond unless we pay them. So that usually is where our discussions start to break down. Is I'm not sure local governments are there yet, where we believe that we have to pay for referrals, or whether we have a flexibility to waive timelines on development applications. Any sort of indication from around the province as to whether somebody's solved those issues?
Do you want me to go, Diana, or do you want to jump in?
You can go and I'll follow up.
Being frank here, that's a tricky one. Diana mentioned earlier that we're working on updating our engagement guide, which is woefully out of date. But when we previously looked at this, our view was to advise local governments, you're not obligated to pay any kind of fee to engage First Nations or get First Nations to engage in your processes, whether it's reviewing an OCP, update, amendment, or growth strategy, or maybe even a change in a zoning bylaw that might have big development impact. So that's kind of still our official position, but I do know that it's becoming practically challenging. It's challenging for First Nations to find the capacity to respond, and it's hard for you to do your work and feel like it's hard to build a relationship when you're having to say no to those kinds of questions. So I think what some communities are doing things that, not that we would recommend, but innovative ways. I know one of he's now retired, but one of the RD planning directors, I think, on Sunshine Coast area, they were building into their development permit additional fees so they could provide per diems or something to get stations to participate, come to the table. I think the best thing you can do is just try to develop protocols that, and where you can, mean, the Local Government Act is fairly flexible in terms of, the timelines for approving development. However, I know you're under a lot of pressure to, make those as tight as possible, but also follow, the statutory obligations to hold a public hearing, that kind of thing. So it's a tricky. Yeah, I think it's tricky. I think where communities are moving ahead is when there's a kind of reaching an agreement or having a discussion about, what kinds of things are important to refer and provide a little bit more time for input. Doing a major OCD update or a growth strategy update, obviously, that's an opportunity for some good conversation about how land use patterns are going to change over time. But that's another one where I think it's still evolving.
Yeah, and I think I'm sure you're probably already doing activities like this, but when a referral request comes in, is there a particular understanding that you can dig a bit deeper? Is it that the mapping material provided was incompatible or insufficient with perhaps what the nation is using as a system? Is there a way that in kind you can provide resources to help it? Or another thing, again, it goes back to what I was saying about a strategic level thought, that the more you know your neighbors and the more they understand the business that you do. I know that I've been working with local governments for a while, and still sometimes when it comes down to planning, and I get a lot of acronyms thrown at me about zonings or DPs or whatever, it can be even for myself, okay, wait, back up. What are we talking about? Which decisions matter? And I think thinking of those things really at a strategic level, like education goes both ways, right? Like what are the decisions you make? How do they have the potential to impact the land base? And are there areas that will be of more significance to First Nations than other areas? And then the decisions then accordingly will be adjusted and dealt with differently? Or are there certain types of decisions you make daily that really you've had that two-way conversation with, and they're not interested in those, but something else over here that's more substantial or are a different area may matter more, right? So those strategic level discussions are really helpful. And again, the CDC forum can help you explore those things.
If you've got also maybe have a relationship that's become strained either because of change in council, I'm talking about the band council or change, sometimes new staff members. One of your colleagues, former staffer who worked with me, who's planning director with one of the communities on Vancouver Island, a change of staff at the band level can also make things a little bit more challenging. That's where it can be useful to talk to call us or talk to Murr or Flanroe, who may be working with the First Nations on the ground, either through a treaty or another process. It might help provide some insight as to what, if your relationship's a bit strained, what are they, what's the current priority for them? What are they working on? And what kind of things can you talk about to help build a relationship? And that's where I think the MOU that's recently been re-signed is very important.
Okay, thank you. Directors, any other questions? Check with Danny. Anybody online with a question? Okay, we'll go back to CAO Newell.
Thanks. Addition to reserve, I know that's a federal program, but we have an oversight on several sections of the KVR rail line, and some of them, some of our important pieces are under addition to reserve consideration and have been for at least a decade, if not longer. This particular one is a CP owned section of rail trail that's being claimed through addition to reserve. Does the province have any role in that, or is there any way that we can assist in speeding up decisions on that, or what are your thoughts?
Well, we can't, I'll just jump in, Diana, if you have any thoughts, chime in, please. It is, like you said, it is a federal process. where our ministry can have some involvement is just encouraging interest-based conversation between the parties in relation to it. So again, we're not directly involved. If you've got a couple of active files or active areas, probably what you could do is get a hold of me and Diana, and we can talk to Murr and see what information we might be able to bring to light in regards to the process. I've read the federal policy, like I know what it is in theory, but I think it's not always clear to me how they use the policy to promote that interest-based dialogue and try to help avoid just the situation coming down to just disagreement and no clear way forward. So maybe that's another particular piece we can take offline and look into a bit more. Is that good for now?
I'll call you.
That sounds fine.
Okay, anyone else with a question? CAO, go ahead again.
So just before you go then, I know that there is this current work on the 5-year plan for DRIP, and one of the significant impacts on local governments is that non-treaty bands, I think there's a section in there about non-treaty bands having a member on regional district boards of directors. So just how do you see that playing out, and if there is anything else that is specifically of interest to a regional district that you might pick out and comment on?
Sure. Do you want to take a stab at that one, Diana, or do you want me to go?
Sure. Yeah, I think if you're referring to that section 1.13 on inclusive regional governance, that piece is there in recognition that we know that the Local Government Act was amended in 2007 to enable Treaty First Nations to participate, should they so choose, for the most part there, on regional district boards as full voting members in the similar way to municipalities. And also that recognition that there are other non-treaty governments out there that don't have that ability to currently in our legislation to participate in that full way. You know, there are means and ways that local governments are integrating them into various things like advisory committees, but ultimately not in the same way as Treaty First Nations. So that's the first phase of that, is really exploring and understanding that difference, because we know that there are many nations in British Columbia that the path to treaty is either a very long one or they've chosen a different reconciliation path at present. So
I'll just add, we've talked about the C2C forum, and that was printed in the 1996-97. And one of our colleagues at the First Nations Summit, Colin Breaker, I was talking to him about this stuff. I mean, this discussion's been around for over 20 years, and those of you that know sort of Central Coast and West Bank will know that the West Bank's sitting on that board ex officio for a number of years. We also have Timucua First Nations in the CRD that want to sit on the CRD board. And Alberni, Clayoquot, and Central Coast, we had a bit of a working group, but they're also very keen, given the circumstances of their region, having non-treaty First Nations sitting on their board. Those of you that have been to UBCM conventions will recall this was talked about 2018 and 2019. So it is in the plan. We're starting to move forward and try to figure this out. It's going to look, I mean, one of the key principles, I think, is that we won't impose anything. We're going to have to work to see how this might be applied in different contexts. But I see that we're winding up. I just wanted to clarify, in terms of following up on the Métis, that was Mayor Spencer, Princeton. Did I get that correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
And maybe I can, Diana put this all together with your staff, and thanks very much for this opportunity. So maybe we'll go back through staff the board table to figure out how best to follow up on these specific items. And of course, we're always available. We're here. Does that sound fine, Chair?
That sounds great. Okay, I see we are hitting the end of our time here today. Great to hear that there's going to be a C2C with OIB. We were working on one with PIB and trying to find dates pre-COVID, and COVID hit and that halted everything. So hopefully in 2022, we'll be able to get a C2C happening if all goes well. So thank you very much to Diana and Brent and Jaime for your time today. It was great to hear from you. We'd love to hear from you again in the future. So thank you, everyone. We will move on to a break, and we would like to start promptly at 10:30 as we have another delegation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Mm. 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 Mm.
You ready, Bill? I'll turn it over to you. I'll turn things over to CAO Newell.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So we're going to move into our second presentation, and this is where we're talking about responsible conduct for elected officials. So we have two representatives from the Union of British Columbia Municipalities with us, Gary McIsaac, the Executive Director for UBCM, and Paul Taylor, who's the Director of Communications. And the board is very familiar with the working group that UBCM has had for a number of years now, trying to assist elected officials to follow the nebulous trail of maintaining safe conduct under the scrutiny that elected officials face these days. So and just happens with the introduction of Bill 26 and now a mention of responsible conduct within the bill, this would be a really appropriate time to start talking about what we want to do as a regional district moving forward as to whether we want to delve into our code of conduct or code of ethics. And hopefully we'll get some good information from our UBCM representatives today, and then questions afterwards. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Gary, and he can either do additional introductions if you want to state your bona fides, or if you just want to get into the presentation, that's fine too.
Good morning, Bill. Good morning, board members. I think folks kind of know who Paul and I are. We're staff at UBCM. We're pleased to dig into our bona fides. If you have any additional questions, we're happy to do that. So good morning. I will begin by acknowledging that I'm speaking to you today from the territory of the Lekwungen speaking people. We're really pleased to receive this invitation, and thank you very much for doing so. This is an issue that's relevant to RDOS, but also to all local governments in British Columbia. So it's certainly an issue on our radar. Paul and I have roughly 15 minutes worth of comments today. We understand you have some additional time, and so we're certainly available and interested in any questions that you would have after that. So Paul Taylor and I are part of a working group on responsible conduct. The working group is a collaborative effort with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs, the Local Government Management Association, and UBCM. And our group began meeting about 6 years ago and working on guidance materials for British Columbia local governments. At the time, there were some high-profile issues going on in local governments in various parts of BC, and we wanted to look at ways that the system could be strengthened. Paul is going to talk in more detail about some of the materials that have been produced when we get to his part of the presentation. But first, a few kind of preliminary and personal thoughts on what I've seen around BC since we began looking at this issue. Challenges, the first would be challenges to local governments to responsible conduct don't correlate to any one size or type of local government. So this isn't a big city issue or a small town issue or a regional district issue. You can have two local governments with similar characteristics and resources and find them in a completely different working environment and space. This is an issue that relates to people and relationships more than structure and resources. A second comment is that responsible conduct or conduct flare-ups will sometimes emerge and sometimes they'll go away. During the period of our work, we've had a set of local government elections in the middle of it in 2018. And after the elections, some of the places that struggled with responsible conduct now have highly functioning boards or councils. And in some other instances, we saw some different local governments experiencing responsible conduct challenges that were not evident before. So the landscape can and does change over time. Responsible conduct is essential to good governance. I can recall a comment from an elected official on our UBCM executive when I first started at UBCM. We were looking at the time on a task force at the best structure to deliver a particular service at the time. So we were digging into structure and review across the country and around the province. And after reviewing different structures, we found there were successes in some areas and others with the same structures were having challenges in other regions. And this person on our board commented that we could have the best structure in the world, and if there's ill will or poor relationships around the table, the structure may not work. And on the other hand, you could have a very rudimentary structure in place, but good people and a good working environment around a board table can still make that structure work. So it's not always about structure, it's about relationships. Responsible conduct allows you to focus, when you have responsible conduct in place, it allows you to focus on your community's priorities. And once it is lost, a good working environment is hard to regain. Need to be clear, the environment around responsible conduct is a challenge. We work in a system that its inherent nature promotes different opinions around the table, and that's a really good thing. And that system has been in place in British Columbia for a long time. But what has changed is the social media environment in which we live and work. There are certainly positive attributes to social media, but it does also foment polarization and conflict. And with that social media environment comes changes in behavioral norms. One of the first things that I realized when I began to dig into this work was that the norms around how we treat each other, are changing. So a response to someone in a particular way might be considered totally out of line depending on your point of view, while in the eyes of someone else, it could be viewed as quite acceptable. And what may have been viewed as an inappropriate response from one person to another 10 to 20 years ago may now be totally acceptable in some circles. So these changing norms makes developing policy around behavior and the enforcement of this policy quite a complex undertaking. One of the other things that has emerged in our learning is that responsible conduct doesn't just happen by accident. We spend a lot of time in our local government system orienting councils and boards after elections and when they're first elected. And we do that right around British Columbia, and it's done at a local and it's done at a regional level. But there really has been minimal discussion in those orientations about responsible conduct. It's very important for a new council and board to sit down and spend some time discussing how you're going to treat each other when you inevitably disagree on a matter. And it's worth time and effort to revisit these conversations periodically during the board term, which is part of what your conversation, I think, is about today. A lot of attention has been given recently to codes of conduct, and we fully agree they're an important tool. But what is really important and valuable is the process that boards and councils use in developing a code of conduct. This is not a staff document, although staff have an important interest in promoting good governance, and it should not be a document that you inherited from a previous board. It should be your code of conduct. It's something that you've developed or you've modified or you've talked about as a group. With that, I'm going to turn the next piece of the presentation over to Paul to talk about some of the tools that have been developed.
Thank you, Gary. I just want to check at the outset, can you hear me clearly? Yes, okay, good stuff. First of all, thank you very much for this opportunity to present to you today. The working group is a staff level working group, and all of our work is very much dependent on the insights and the input and the feedback that we've been able to glean from local governments that are innovators and pioneers in the area of responsible conduct. And certainly the RDOS with its code of ethics, which I believe goes back to 2004 or 2005, you're very much in that group. So for us, this is a learning opportunity today, and we look forward to the questions at the end that you may have. In the time available this morning, I want to take you through some of the key resources that the working group has developed over the past number of years, and with a particular focus on the resource Forging the Path to Responsible Conduct, which we released earlier this year, which is truly, I think, the most comprehensive resource that we've provided to date. The working group has taken an incremental approach in its work since it got going in late 2016. The path that we have been following was set out in a policy paper that came before the UBCM membership at the 2017 convention. The membership endorsed that policy paper, and within it, it kind of set out the work plan that we've been following since. At the time, what we proposed to local governments is that there really was a need for three types of resources. Those that promote responsible conduct, those that assist in repairing relationships, and finally, resources for evaluating behavior and making determinations. As the group did research, first of all, we focused on what was happening in other provinces and territories. One of the consistent themes that we saw is that codes of conduct, or codes of ethics really are the kind of fulcrum that ties all the different strands of responsible conduct as a complex policy issue together. So early on, we focused on identifying foundational principles for responsible conduct, and then developed a model code of conduct based on those principles, from which any local government could either develop their own code of conduct or update an existing code. One of the things that we've heard consistently from local governments, and right now there's roughly over 50% of the local governments in BC have their own code of conduct or code of ethics that they've developed. One of the consistent themes, and Gary touched on this before, is how important the process is. In many ways, the process of creating, renewing, and maintaining is as important as the actual output itself. It's those opportunities to reflect, to discuss, and to consider. It provides an opportunity for councils and board members to kind of share basic assumptions and to test those assumptions and work with colleagues to developing a kind of mutual shared understanding. So ideally, the goal is to not have a resource in a file covered somewhere, but really something that kind of lives in one's heart and in one's mind, and is present in the air, if you will, as councils and boards meet. One of the other discoveries along the way is that there really was no one source that local governments could go to when they're looking for external resources. So those with expertise and providing support in dealing with matters related to responsible conduct. And so one of the things we've developed is an online database. It's available on the Local Government Management Association website. And there are a whole range of folks there, some from the legal community, some from the consulting community. Some have coaching expertise to kind of provide individual support. Some are more focused on providing resources for corporate bodies, so entire councils and boards. But as I said at the top, what I want to focus on today is our most recent piece of work, Forging the Path to Responsible Conduct. When we started out with developing this guide, we had quite a narrow focus. What we wanted to do was to provide guidance on the steps a local government should follow in order to enforce a code of conduct. A constant refrain, as you know, we've presented at area associations or whenever we've surveyed the membership, is that many local governments have codes of conduct, but in the words, it comes up a lot, that the code of conduct doesn't have teeth. And the assumption behind the statement is that unless there are consequences, some elected officials will refuse to follow the norms and the principles established in the code of conduct. There's a good reason, of course, why this is so, and that is legal uncertainty. Until quite recently, it was not clear whether or not enforcement provisions would stand up in a court. As time, though, has gone on, it's become increasingly clear that a local government does have the ability to control the conduct of its members in some circumstances, and particularly when a process for doing so is established in advance and embedded in a resource like a code of conduct, and that the process for doing so is fair. But we discovered something interesting as we were preparing our guide. We reached out to local governments that had experience in enforcing a code of conduct. And one of the things, the kind of consistent messages we heard back is that while it was possible to pursue a path of enforcement, often it did not lead to a positive outcome. In the words of one CEO we spoke with, "I've yet to see an enforcement process where the sanctioned elected official accepted the findings." So it is something that when we kind of took that to heart, we realized we needed to actually rethink the project and make it much broader. And what we did, in fact, is redraft based on what we're hearing. And what we were hearing is that more positive outcomes were attained by focusing on prevention and procedures that support good governance. Not only that, we also heard that when there are instances where conduct is a challenge and it needs to be addressed in an explicit fashion, local governments that pursue informal approaches are much more likely to have successful outcomes than those that go down the road of a formal enforcement process. I'd like to say a little bit more about both of those points. So why invest in prevention? Well, first of all, is the difference between being proactive rather than reactive. When an investment is made upfront in supporting and nurturing and fostering responsible conduct, a local government builds a culture where there's a greater degree of personal accountability, mutual accountability, respect, and integrity. Handled well, education, training, guidance can equip elected officials with resources to recognize when a line has been crossed and have the collective awareness to rectify that wrong when it occurs. Second reason, and just to put it bluntly, is return on investment. It may take time and resources to develop a code of conduct or update or bring in facilitators and do training, but the cost is far less than the cost involved in a formal enforcement process with an independent third-party investigator. A key support to training and education are tools that support effective governance, like revising a procedural bylaw to ensure it supports the aims of responsible conduct. Local Government Management Association has a great resource to help local governments to proactively revise their procedural bylaws for this purpose. And it's available on the LGMA website, and we certainly commend its use. So prevention is really the focus in terms of where we placed emphasis in the guide. But there are instances, of course, when where education and good governance practices are not sufficient and challenging behavior needs to be dealt with directly. What we found in speaking with local governments is that informal approaches were more likely to lead to better outcomes, and for several reasons. First of all, they allow for mutual resolution. Once you get into a formal enforcement process, it becomes inherently adversarial. So if an informal approach is taken, there is an opportunity or the potential for a resolution that satisfies both parties. Secondly, they move much more quickly than formal processes. Think of relationships and friends and family. When we have a kind of pinch point or a disagreement, it's important to address that quickly. Formal processes do not allow for quickly addressing things, and they can be quite time consuming. And finally, once again, informal versus formal, it's a much less expensive option. In terms of both time and resources of local governments. I want to make one thing clear. When we speak about informal processes in the guide, we're not talking about ad hoc or casual. In order for informal processes to work, there needs to be careful attention paid to ensure that the approach is fair. And in many ways, the kind of structure to informal resolution needs to be thought through carefully. So when seeking to resolve issues informally, that's important to be clear in advance what the intentions are for a meeting or for a conversation. Thought should be given about the time and the place and confidentiality around the discussion. There's a need to discuss issues both neutrally and objectively as much as possible. There's a need to clearly express what each party is hoping to get as in terms of an outcome from the discussion. And there needs to be time allowed for individuals to respond. Sometimes informal resolution can happen with one-on-one, and ideally, I think that's the best case scenario. In some instances, there may need to be some sort of facilitation or support provided, as long as both parties involved view the facilitator as being neutral. And that's where the resource, that online resource I've mentioned earlier, may be of a support in such instances. Individuals may also want to seek coaching or advice from an esteemed colleague to prepare for such a conversation. So when we say informal, we still mean very much fair and a structured process in order for those conversations to be effective. Now, unfortunately, there are cases when prevention, good governance, informal approaches don't work, and a formal approach is necessary. And there's a whole section in the Forging the Path Guide that's dedicated to the considerations a local government would want to walk through in order to develop a formal enforcement process. Code of conduct enforcement, as I mentioned earlier, is an evolving area of law. So local governments should give thought in advance to establishing sound processes for vetting complaints, handling investigations, making determinations, and imposing sanctions. A local government is obligated to ensure that its decision processes are fair, particularly when the decision affects the interests of a specific individual. So we strongly recommend that any local government wanting to build this capacity within a code of ethics or a code of conduct seek legal advice to ensure that the process designed is a fair one. Things that local government will want to consider in order to safeguard fairness are things like whether or not the person affected by a decision is able to participate in the process before the decision is made. For instance, to ensure that they're being notified of allegations, findings, and recommendations, and provided with all documents and information that will be relied on by decision makers. Also, that they're provided with an opportunity to respond and sufficient time to prepare, and that they're given an opportunity to be represented by legal counsel at an appropriate stage. Other considerations would be, and this is actually really a critical one, that decision makers are open-minded. So in other words, they have neither a conflict of interest or a predetermined bias. In other words, an independent, qualified third party. Also, in order to demonstrate fairness, it's critical that the decision be based on relevant evidence, and where applicable, justification for the decision is given to the persons affected by it. Would say would be helpful for any local government that is considering developing an enforcement process to embed that within a code of ethics or a code of conduct, rather than trying to develop the process on a case-by-case basis. That way everyone knows the process well in advance, and a local government does not have to improvise in the heat of the moment. So that concludes really my portion of the presentation today. Just to summarize the kind of key points fairly quickly from what we have learned and what we've heard from local governments. Best practice really for all is to focus on prevention and good governance, where possible to work things out informally. And then in order to have a fair enforcement provisions within a code of conduct, develop one with legal advice, do it in advance, embed it in a code of conduct, and make sure there's a clearly defined role for a third-party investigator. So I'm going to hand back to Gary, who's going to do a bit of a look ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. So in terms of what we see coming, as I said at the beginning, the UBCM and the province, through our Ministry of Municipal Affairs and the Local Government Management Association, which is your professional staff training and development association, we've been very active in this area for a number of years now. And along the way, we've been guided at a UBCM level through our UBCM executive and by resolutions adopted by our membership as well. In September, at our virtual convention, the membership adopted a resolution that had been drafted by the UBCM executive. Paul talked about some work a number of years ago, and that drove out the process for our work plan. And the UBCM executive revisited this law in September, and they had really three significant elements of a resolution that was adopted by our membership at convention. It had three specific asks. One was UBCM actually asked for legislation that would require a new council or board after civic elections are held, local government elections, to consider a code of conduct at least once early in their term. We asked for mandatory education around the issue of responsible conduct. And we sought regulatory changes from the province that would build elements of responsible conduct into the oath of office that you take when you're sworn in after local government elections. So I think the default oath of office is almost 50 years old in British Columbia. And so the concepts and the framework for responsible conduct could be built into that, was the thinking behind the resolution and the request. All of those things were adopted at convention, and there was a second resolution passed as well at convention this year that expresses support for creation of an independent office of integrity for local government. This resolution has gone forward to the province. Last week, as CAO Newell indicated, the province introduced Bill 26, which includes a number of legislative changes to local government statutes. One of the changes proposed in this bill would require new councils and boards to consider codes of conduct earlier in their term. So that's the first element that an ask that was built into the UBCM resolution. So this bill is still before the legislature. I believe it was at a committee stage yesterday afternoon, and Minister Osborne was responding to questions. And I think it went through the committee stage, although I need to check my Hansard from last evening. UBCM publicly asked for this element to be built into legislation, and we've come out publicly and stated our support for these proposals that are in Bill 26 that support the resolutions and the policy that's been adopted by our membership. In addition, this remains quite a relevant topic with our UBCM executive. Our President's Committee has had a number of constructive conversations with Minister Osborne on ways to move the dial on responsible conduct, such as new education tools. This is a complex policy area, as we've kind of indicated at the outset. Ultimately, everyone that's elected to councils and boards were elected by their residents. They were elected by putting their name on the ballot. And so that's an important consideration to keep in mind. And so we need to move forward in a step-by-step and a thoughtful and fair manner. So with this, I'll conclude our comments and turn it back over to CAO Newell and Bill to see.
Okay, thank you very much for that presentation, Gary and Paul. Are there any questions, directors? Okay, CAO Newell, go ahead.
So thanks for that. And I like the approach taken by UBCM on this. I mean, the basic principle of representative democracy is that elected officials are responsible only to their electors. And I know that we can get on each other's nerves when we sit together around a table and talk about important issues, and we all believe that our own opinion is the right one. and sometimes those can be uncomfortable, but that's the value of the group, is that we get those different opinions. But it always comes with this understanding that we mean each other no harm. And I think that's where UBCM has been going, is that this sense of trust that has to be developed within any team or organization where we work together to achieve common goals. That's where that responsible conduct comes into play. So I think the approach is good. I think starting with the newly elected board and councils after April 15th next year will be a good time to really focus for a 4-year term, and that when we get into those discussions about how we're going to treat each other with codes of conduct, that will be a good opportunity for everybody to get their viewpoint on the table. And then hopefully we can agree on how that term of office is going to move forward. So in my mind, once that's established, once those premises are established, then it comes down to the tools. So what do we use in our day-to-day operations that can help us treat each other fairly and with trust? So the whole process, not only like a toolkit for responsible conduct, and certainly the code of conduct and talking about ethics and values is going to be important, but for us also our strategic planning process and how we go through budget. And we have a session this afternoon talking about roles and responsibilities, and it's all about that, is who is supposed to be doing what within an organization, and how do we hold each other accountable for each fulfilling our role. But so with Bill 26, so here's the question, sorry, dialogue first, but with Bill 26, so is there going to be consultation on that now again, or is that now in the legislative process? Will that just roll on to the docket for the legislature, or how does that proceed?
The bill, the consultation phase, it's before the legislature now, so it's their document. And I don't mean that in a bad way, and I mean that in a good way, and in a proactive way. So UBCM's had multiple meetings where we're well supported by member policy on this one. And we did meet with the minister and her staff on it as set out in the act. We were actually formally consulted on the draft legislation. So we had a look at the legislation at a draft stage, which we're entitled to do under various confidentiality provisions. So we did, so we asked for the legislation, we were consulted on it. It's before the legislature and we support it. Having said that, my understanding is this is basically an act that's been structured right now, but will be brought forth and made active through regulations. So there will be additional regulations which are not approved by the legislature, but by cabinet, that have to support this act. So the act gets passed theoretically in this sitting, and then a set of regulations are developed and brought forward, approved by cabinet. The act would then be in force, and the idea is to get this in place and in force before the next round of local government elections next year.
Okay, thank you. We have a question from Director Roberts.
Thank you. Just a quick question. I know that all that you're working on is like an over-encompassing policy and a process. Have you, through and within your discussions, looked at the integration that technology has affected how we communicate, how we relate and work together? Because again, these are tools of communication, but they also give us a bit of a distance. It's not interpersonal relationship face-to-face a lot of times now. It's through texting, it's through emails, it's through this where you're operating in a Zoom meeting from home or a WebEx. Has that been or brought into some of the discussion in regards to some of the complexities around interface with people through technology? Thank you.
That has been part of the discussion, and thank you very much for the question. And in fact, as Gary alluded to off the top, you know, the new media environment in which we find ourselves is without a doubt conditioning relationships and patterns of behavior. But one of the things that we referenced in a companion guide that we developed to go alongside the code of conduct model that was developed is some supportive considerations that local governments may want to give their attention to. One of those is the development of a social media policy. And that really provides a tool or a way of digging into in greater detail some of the challenges that relate to the communications environment that we're in.
Thank you. CIO No, go ahead, please.
So I don't see a lot of questions from our elected officials, so I'm gonna give you a tough one. It may or may not be related to conduct. So always in small communities, and especially in regional districts with our electoral area directors, this question of bias keeps coming up. How do you represent a population without expressing really your opinion on it? Because that's what electors look for. So in our situation, and I'm sure this happens in incorporated communities as well, but if there is an undertaking in an area and it seems like the population is in favor of something, how does an elected official not take a position in order to remain fair and objective when the issue, if it comes to the board table, those issues are what I'm talking about. How does an elected official remain objective and somewhat distant from the issue until it gets into the board table where they're supposed to be expressing their viewpoint and convincing their colleagues that their opinion is right? But how do they walk that line of remaining objective and unbiased?
So I'll start and see how I do with this, Bill, and you can follow up if answering your question. People put their name on their ballot, and it takes a lot to do it. And they're elected by people, and they have to represent those points of view and bring them forward. And that is a fundamental part of our system. No one argues with that and bringing it forward. Where I think it gets gray is no one objects to a minority point of view, or an independent point of view from an elected official. It's how we treat each other during the meeting, after the meeting, how are decisions made in a fair way that are open-minded? Can you convince each other around the table of your point of view? And then I think it gets great when materials are shared, when you get into in-camera confidentiality, when you get into release of documents that weren't appropriate to release. That's where the code of conduct piece, I think, comes in to some extent, more than speaking independently and representing your citizens. Paul, anything to follow up on that?
Yeah, I think just building on that, I think the intention of the process is to ensure that each member around a board or council table still has their voice, and part of having a voice is representing the diversity of the community. Inescapably, we all have a background. We all come from a certain neighborhood, a certain economic class, a certain educational background. We all have inherent biases, They're inescapable. In fact, what we want to ensure in developing these tools and resources is to make sure we're not creating tools and resources that can be weaponized in a way to isolate or squelch discussion. It's very important that there be fulsome discussion, and with the kind of caveats that Gary provided before. And I don't know about for others, Gary, but the sound was a little wavy, at least on my end here, and perhaps in the RDOS boardroom too. I'm not sure, but we certainly hope that there is that kind of broad space within which board members can bring perspectives, bring ideas, but in a meeting of minds at the board table.
Okay, thank you. Gary, your answer was a little bit challenging to hear, so if you're able to get your mic turned up or closer to your mic, that would help. We have a question from Director Oberich. Go ahead, please.
Yes, and thank you very much to the CAO for the excellent question, and thank you to both Gary and Paul for the great answer. I did have some difficulty hearing Gary, but I think I caught the most of it. But what I wanted to add is what I do in my community. And what I do is I listen a lot. And I let people know that it's important to hear their voices. And I let them know that I have an open mind and that the board has a process, and that when it goes to the board, I will contribute and do my best. But by listening, what I mean is with an open mind. And by open mind, what I mean is a willingness to move my position until the process is through. And that does not mean that I or other members of the board don't have experience and don't have bias, to use the word mentioned previously, because we all do. We all have experience. I just agree so much with what the CAO said and what you both said about representative democracy. The electors choose a representative. That representative has a role at the board. And a lot of times the elected official is a messenger. It may be their opinion, but it may be more than that. I know what I do at the board is I let the board know what the advisory commission's advice is, even when I don't agree with it. I make sure the board knows, because that advisory commission's advice, Parks and Rec or planning, is advisory to the board. And so the board, I think, so as an elected official, this, I think, is so important to the community. The community members, they do have concerns. Often we, the elected officials, we're kind of like the complaint department. We get angry calls, sometimes profanity, attacks on government generally, staff members sometimes specifically. And so we end up as a filter. We can't repeat those words at the board table, nor should we, but it's a difficult position to be in. And I just wanted to make those contributions because we are in my community going through a process with governance review, and we are hearing a lot of interesting contributions from the community. The social media issues, one we've discussed in committee, because sometimes rumors or statements that are not true are being circulated, and these raise challenges. How do you respond to those things? So your comment on social media policy, I think, was really timely, because this is not 2006 anymore. The technology has changed so quickly. The impact it's having is real significant, and we have to open our eyes and our ears and our minds to the opportunity on how do we again, to use a word that you both have referred to, how do we be proactive instead of reactive? So those are my comments. I don't mind if you have comments in reply, but I just wanted to say thank you. I thought it was very, very good questions and very good answers and very good information. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Director Olbrich. Any other questions or comments from the directors? I'm not seeing any on the screen either. Okay, so I think we can wrap that up. Thank you very much, Gary and Paul, for your presentation this morning. It's been very informative, and we look forward to hearing more in the future through UBCM. So thank you very much for joining us. And directors, we are now on to an early lunch. So we will start back up at 12 o'clock promptly. And Bill, is there a sequence to the lunch, or is it first come, first serve? First come, first serve. Run, everyone. Thank you. We'll see you at noon.
this again before I get used to it.
Okay, directors, 1 minute warning. Back to your chairs, please. Turn it over to CAO Newell.
Okay, so as usual, we spent the morning just listening to delegations speak to us about important issues. And now what we want to do is provide the opportunity for you to give us some input on some important issues. So we have two topics that we're going to talk about this afternoon. And again, our chore is to get done by 2:30 so you can have a break. And then we'll go into our regional hospital district meeting and our regional board meeting. And you can do your elections. So at this point, we're going to break out into the rounds because we want to get you into discussion tables. But I think what I'll do is and you should each on the back of your name tag have a table number. And then of course your name tags are appropriately located on your tables as well. So maybe what we'll do, why don't we do that now? Let's get you away from the U and into the rounds. And then I've got a short introduction. And then we want to have some facilitated discussions. Okay, so break into the rounds right now.
Do we need notebooks and stuff with us?
No, there'll be. I don't think so, Director Holmes. We've got a facilitator at each table, and they'll be asking for a scribe to mark up the flip charts. Yeah, you're right there. Trouble?
Well, you're going to go through your slides first?
Yeah. Okay, has everybody found their spot? All right. And for those at home, we're going to leave you in your current panel, and then once we're done the introduction, we'll move you into the your specific table. Okay, are we ready? Okay, so let me talk a bit about the platform of which we're going to have the first breakout session on. So when we're talking about this one, okay, so we really need everybody to just sort of focus, because I know the tables are very close, and when you get into your group discussions, it's going to be tough to understand each other. So we'll just have to work our way through that. So when we were doing our risk assessment on the organization earlier in the year, and we had this up at committee and the board, and we identified some areas that we were that our employees were concerned about, that we thought the board would be interested in discussing, and would have some good information that may help us move in the right direction. So out of the risk analysis, we came up with a few specific things that we thought would be good. One was, and this is the second one that you're going to be discussing today, and that's all about employee retention, and there's a whole bunch of stuff on that came out of the risk assessment. This first one, we started talking about local versus regional thinking. We've termed it parochialism, and you've heard me refer to that from time to time, because that's what the staff called it when we were doing our risk assessment. But it is really about that which hat am I wearing type of discussion that Ellie Mina had with the board a few years ago, and it was about who are you representing when you're sitting around a regional district board table. So we want to talk about that. The whole thing about role clarity as to what is the role of a elected official, both rural and urban. what's the role of the commissions that the board has created to advise the board on certain issues, like our advisory planning commissions or our recreation commissions, or the few water commissions that we have. So what is their role? And then clearly the staff is interested in, okay, what is the staff role, and how is our communication system? I'm going to talk somewhat about sort of the traditional or the academic theories about how local governments do that, but it's going to be whatever works, and that's what we have to figure out. We have to figure out where the board wants to go on that. And just a couple of collateral issues. There seems to be this expectation gap. You know that our staff have been feeling overwhelmed the last few years. We've gotten that information out of our staff perception survey. Started back in 2017 and 18 with the floods, because everybody was diverted for long periods of time away from their typical role into the EOC. And we haven't ever seemed to recover from that. We went right from that, and then of course the development counter and everything in the area is busy. Ran into COVID, ran into our cyber attack. There seems to have been one event after another, and we've never really gotten back to that where the staff feels that they're comfortably meeting the board's expectations or the public's expectations with what they're doing. So that's that capacity issue. And then, and typical, whenever groups get organized or get under stress like that, the whole thing about board staff alignment. So there have been times when we get prickly with each other, and mainly because of the expectation gap and not meeting deadlines. But that whole relationship issue that we just touched on with the UBCM presentation, that's an issue too. So those all came out in the risk analysis. So when we sat with our staff and said, what are our biggest risks over the next few years? These were some of the things that they thought might get in the way of accomplishing our goals. So that's where we started with this. And there were a few things that I wanted to accomplish through the group breakout session. First, we're going to talk about why rule clarity is important. This whole premise of representative democracy being which hat am I wearing? Who are you representing when you sit around the board table? We all know we have 15 different jurisdictions at the table. So, and then we have the collective, right? That whole 10,400 square kilometers that we represent. So how do we take that into account? The regional versus local thinking sort of leads off of that. And then the roles for those various parties that I talked about just a few seconds ago. Let's see if I can get this to keep working. And Danny, my clicker's not working. There we go. Yep, been through that one. There we go. So let me start off with this, because as I've already said many times, for staff, we're always looking for some sort of legislation or regulation or policy or precedent, whatever we can rely on in order to provide good information. So this is what the Local Government Act says as to this whole role identification piece. That the governing body of the regional district is the board. The powers and duties are the board. Everything is delegated to them. Okay? Despite the change in membership, the board is a continuing body, meaning that it perpetuates. So whatever a previous board has decided is owned by the board that is in office. And that's not up for debate. Of course, that would never work if every time a board changed, previous decisions were gone back and either revoked or reconsidered. So we can't do that. So there's the thing. It doesn't really say anything about an individual member. It always says the board, and for municipalities, it would always be the council. Same thing. It's the elected officials as a group that have all the powers and responsibilities for the corporation. There is, however, some general guidelines for elected officials. So in the community charter, it says that the role of an elected official is to consider the well-being of the whole collective, the whole municipality. And of course, this section also applies to regional districts in the community charter. It's all about developing and evaluating policies and programs, which in our terms means it's a governance body. And then, of course, there's a responsibility to participate. You have to go to the meetings and do all those other things that take all that time and effort from member municipalities as well. So you have to be concerned about that. Informally, so this isn't in the act, but informally, we know that at a governance level, that it's all about, for a regional district anyway, defining the types and levels of service that the community needs. So all of those citizens who vote you into office, they're talking about, here's what we need. And frankly, they don't really care which level of government does it. They just want the service. So we have to figure out that role between us and the senior levels as to who does what, which can be very complex in a regional district because they haven't given us the full platform of services that incorporated communities have. So that puts even more emphasis on us to try and work that out with those senior levels of government, mostly the province. Because in the Constitution, the federal government has given the provinces the responsibility for local government. So then the province goes ahead and develops provincial legislation which sets out our roles and responsibilities. So we do that always by bylaws and policies, which is a resolution thing for us. The board sits collectively and they say, okay, on these recurring issues, here's how we want to be consistent in the way that we respond. And then that then is staff's direction to go ahead and make those consistent decisions based on the board, either bylaw or policy. Okay. And then of course, probably your biggest responsibility is your oversight on the budget and the collateral document of the strategic plan, okay? Because that's where we get the resources necessary to go ahead and carry out those responsibilities. So then when we're talking governance, that goes back to that whole thing about representative democracy and roles and what is the role of a local elected official and what is the role of an urban elected official when they all get joined in this federation called a regional district. So with us, 15 jurisdictions, because we have a weighted voting system, each 1,800 people gets somebody one vote. So we have 54 votes around our table, meaning that we have 4 members from the city of Penticton, 2 members from the district of Summerland, and then 1 member from everybody else, but they all have different votes. And that's what we take into account really on anything financial. So certainly the budget, but contracts and anything else that has a financial implication is where that weighted voting system comes into play. So representative democracy, we know that democracy is all about free will and that we have input into the decisions as to what governments are doing. And the representative democracy part is that, which we've practiced now for a couple of 100 years, is that citizens elect people to go into these decision-making organizations to represent their wishes at the table. So how does that get taken into account by elected officials when they're sitting around a collective decision-making body? Okay. So huge questions and not anything unique to us. Every local government has these same issues and same challenges that they have to go through. But in the end, it's all about setting the direction that the corporation is going to go in and making sure that we do it well. And there are a few other, here we go. So these are the informal ones. Right? So when we look back through studies or academic reports, okay, so what really is the responsibility of a local elected body? Okay? If we're talking governance, it's about focusing on the big picture. And you all know better than I, we can drag you down into our level if you let us, right? Because that makes it easier on us. So any bureaucrat knows that already. So the challenge is for elected officials to every once in a while poke their head above the waves, take a good look around at what the big picture is and where we want to be into the future. And how do we go about that? So these were some points that Dr. Nalbandian came up with. So Nalbandian is a professor at Kansas State University in Lawrence, Kansas. He was the mayor of Lawrence, Kansas for several terms, sat on council for a long time. I ran across him when he spoke at the Federation of Canadian Municipalities a long time ago now, but a very interesting speaker and had a really good perspective between that academic field and practical as to what a local government elected official should be focusing on. So from a governance perspective, which he was all over, said focus on the big picture. If you want to be successful, focus on the big picture. This colloquialism, noses in, fingers out. So that's about take your oversight responsibilities seriously. If you do practice the one employee rule, make sure that your CAO is getting you the information you need in order to provide direction on the important things like budget and strategic plan and all those other dynamic processes that we build into the organization. And then have a good toolkit. So make sure you have good decision-making policies and processes, supportive policies and procedures, and good oversight of administration. So those were some suggestions from Nalbandian. When we talk about the regional versus local thinking, there is this direct versus indirect, because I know when our representatives from our 15 jurisdictions sit around the table and we're talking about a regional issue, sometimes it gets down to, well, what is best for my constituency? You know, if I'm representing an electoral area, why should I vote or contribute or participate in this service if it's not a specific benefit to my electoral area? And for an incorporated community, it's the same. Why should we be paying if we think it's only good for those citizens around us, that it doesn't really benefit or doesn't benefit a majority of the citizens within our jurisdiction? So on this direct versus indirect, because everything comes down to money in the end, that's what most people are concerned about, who pays. So this direct versus indirect principle of taxation says that we can all understand if somebody's receiving a direct benefit from a service, they should pay for it. No doubt about that. It's the indirect principle. So an example that's always used at local government courses is, okay, if there's a bridge going into a city and people in that city know that they have to get across the river or the ravine, whatever, they're willing to pay on that bridge. But what benefit would that be to citizens outside the city? Okay? So, of course, regional service centers are usually in the high density populated areas. If people want to go grocery shopping, they got to come into the municipality. If they want to use the recreation facilities, they got to come into the municipality. All of that type of thing. So yes, while they may not be specifically landlocked, if they don't participate, they certainly wouldn't get the same level of service. It's the same with our transit system. We know that we still have issues to address with regards to where does the bus stop and who should be paying into this bus that runs up and down the valley if they don't stop right in my area. But when you look at it from a global perspective, that's the independence for our seniors. If they can't drive, not only seniors, if somebody can't drive, how can they live in a rural setting if there's no public transportation to get them up and down the valley? We know the province has always said, okay, we're not going to put a hospital or a specific service in each community. We're going to put heart and stroke up in Kelowna. We're going to put ambulatory care in Penticton, and we're going to run people up and down the valley. So if somebody from the Similkameen wants those services, there's got to be transportation that brings them around the loop. So is there an indirect benefit to us contributing to transit to get people that don't necessarily have their own vehicle to those health services or educational services, or just shopping, visit friends and family? Is there a benefit to this mass transportation? So that's the indirect benefit that we're going to have to wrestle with as far as who pays into that. One would argue that it's the larger collective geographic area that benefits from it. So here's where we turn it over to you. So what we're interested in and what you're going to be doing at your tables is you're going to talk about how do we get this role alignment between our board members, our commission members, and our staff? How do we get that collective action that gets everybody working towards the same goals? Okay. Secondly, how do we get from local to regional thinking? Because at a governance level, we've got to be thinking strategically about the future and how we're going to get services to all of our citizens, so that when you come into the regional district, you already know that you're representing all the 85,000 citizens within the regional district. Yes, different populations will be involved in different services. Some are regional, some are shared, some are local, but in the end, when you get appointed or elected to the regional district board, you're responsible for all of them, not just a segment, because the Act says all the power and authority of the regional district is vested in the board, not individual members. And then thirdly, we have to talk about how we communicate. Right now, there seems to be some issue, certainly at the staff level, as to are we taking direction directly from the elected officials, or is it from our manager, or is it from the CAO? Who is it that we should be talking directly with? Okay, so over to the facilitators, and you can address those three questions at your table. And Danny, you can bring in the electronic participants over to the tables now. And somebody's phone is ringing.
Can everybody hear me? That's virtual out there. This is Andrew speaking.
Yeah, gotcha, Andrew.
So I've got in with our group, I've got Director Robinson, Director Nodal, and looks like we've lost Director Obrick. We had him a moment ago, so I'm not sure. Second here.
Facilitators, start wrapping up, please. Okay, wrap up, please. So what we're going to do now, and I know that was a short duration, but the good stuff always comes out really quick. So I'm interested to see what you have to say. So we're going to start with the electronic participants first. So Andrew, if you can come up to the mic at the head of the table and present from the electronic group, and then Danny will bring them back into the rest of the session so they can see everything. Okay? So we'll just get Mr. Reader up to the microphone. Somebody pat Andrew on the back there. I've been told we have to do Andrew first or we'll lose our electronic participants. So yeah, you have to come up to the front here, Andrew. Sorry. Do you need me to hold your board? Yeah. Right here? Yep.
Okay. Okay, so our first, we had quite a discussion on the first one, which is how do we achieve alignment between board members, commission members, and staff. And, you know, I think there was a lot of consensus that we need to understand each other's roles. Safe expression is important. Mutual respect is important. Having clarity on goals and objectives is extremely important. And I think really we wanted to have an understanding to each other and have freedom to question each other. Strong leadership is also mentioned as an important quality. how do we get from local to regional thinking? There's a lot of thoughts saying that informal discussions with each other was important. Taking time to listen to each other's issues was also important. So really when we were delving into our different issues, really to understand each other, regional issues and local issues was something that was what was identified. Next one. Oh, did you want the third one?
Oh, is there another sheet?
Yeah, you had 3 questions. We covered them all. We went as far as we could. Is it time to discuss more formal communication? And there is a bit of discussion about this. I don't think we've attained consensus on this one. Some of us felt that I think more communication in general was important. But whether it was formal or informal, I don't know if we hit consensus with that. But I think we did feel that more communication in general was important. And I hope I've represented everybody correctly.
Okay, so each facilitator is going to take their flip charts and we'll take those back and put them into a consolidated form. And I'm sure that we'll be back at committee sometime in the future to talk more about these. But really good participation from our electronic members, and I know that adds a challenge all by itself. So good on that group. And I know that Danny is now putting them back into the plenary session so they can see the rest of the presentations. But let's start up with Lisa's group, whoever the presenter is on that one, and we'll do that table.
We needed considerable more time. But it was a good discussion because it just brought up a couple examples. And I think the crux of the issue at our table may be identified at the crux of the issue in a lot of tables. And it was just, how is there a way for rural directors to have more say, more independent say on issues that are specific to their area? And there is a number of examples that a person could think of, and each rural director may have an idea in their head. They're already thinking about one. Boy, I really didn't want that, but the board approved that. And I think there is perhaps an opportunity to look at issues maybe with a little bit different lens that would give it maybe some independence, so that but you don't want to have an issue where I think you've got a rural director that makes all the decisions in their area, because that's the problem. Whereas you have a municipality, you've got a council that gets together and makes a decision on the municipality. But in a rural area, you might have one person. So how do you give that one person in that rural area some autonomy to be able to have some input to get the discussion maybe going in the right direction? At the end of the day, we came up with the point was independent decision making on certain issues. How do you do that? There was the idea of a rural committee that was floated out, so that on rural votes, that maybe more people in the other rural electoral areas would have a better understanding what is going on in that particular area. And at the end of the day, maybe we came up with an idea that might have some merit, and it's rural directors having input on the staff recommendation coming forward on the agenda. And that's something that happens in a municipality where the mayor does an agenda review with staff and can have some input on what the recommendation is coming forward, what the report is being made, and what the input on that report is. It sounds like, for the most part, rural directors don't have an input on what the recommendation is coming forward. So maybe that might be something that can be explored at the end of the day. And if you get the discussion going on in the right direction to begin with, you still have everybody voting on it, but at least you maybe get the discussion started in the right spec. And the other thing that was at the top of our list, it starts with mutual respect, listening to what the other rural directors have to say. Or that particular rural director maybe has a big concern with that issue, and just, not tune out, but pay attention. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Jim, your group? Joint scribe entry.
You don't have to hold anything for me. Whoops. Can I move this down a little bit? What do you do?
Yes.
Is it this one? Oh, I think Mark's a little taller than me. Thank you. Okay, so I don't have the questions written down, but the first one was role alignment, and it was we were talking about the board. So we strongly felt at our table that in-person board meetings, like we're doing today and like in the boardroom, make it easier to communicate for all of us. Because while on WebEx or on Zoom, we can see each other and hear each other, we miss out on the body language. Maybe that's a good thing, who knows? But it's nice to have, to be able to quickly go over and talk to somebody at coffee break and say, is that what you meant? And is this how we should be thinking? So that was one of the things that we thought of. Then, and on, the other thing was on Zoom or on WebEx, there isn't the same commitment to being present because it's very easy to click your screen off while you run to the bathroom or run to make coffee or something like that. It's handy because you don't have to change out of your pajamas from the waist down, but it's still, there's more of a commitment to actually getting here physically and being present with everybody. So we were talking about commissions, and that was interesting because I think rural areas have more commissions than towns do, or cities. But basically, when a vote is made by a commission, you kind of have to all buy in. That's the vote, and it goes with everything, with the town council as well. As you remember, a few years back, the, what's it called, the conservation group, yes, that everybody else belongs to except Asuyas. And it wasn't me that made that decision, but it was my council that said to me, we don't think that's a good use of our money right now, and we would like you representing us, because they elect me, to go back and say that we are not interested in doing this right now. And actually, I had to do that. It was a difficult conversation at the board table, and that was because they elected me to represent them. So I am one of 5 on a town council, whereas area directors, they are on their own, but the poor thing there is that they don't have a council or a town hall to back them up. So they have to use the regional district offices more so than elected officials from towns, I think, and cities. So, but okay, so we're talking about staff. They need to look at our strategic plan. That's what their job is, to look at the strategic plan that our board gives them, and base the recommendations for things on that. But one of the things we wanted to make sure was that everybody, all directors, municipal or rural, were treated with respect and listened to. Quite frankly, I think that the board, our staff at the regional district board, probably need to pay a little bit more attention to rural directors, because that's their town hall, where we have, as I think Martin said, we have in the municipalities, we have a board there, we have staff there, we have a CAO there who we can bounce ideas off of. But I think that it's really important to pay attention to the rural directors who have, this is their town hall. So local and regional thinking, one of the things we brought up that we were concerned about was individual board members going to staff rather than to the boss, the CAO. So, and I don't think that's probably happened as much now, because we've all sort of got used to paying attention to what's the best way, and it takes a while to learn to do that. So we didn't have time to go to question 3, whatever that was. Sorry. Lots of information
Okay, Carmen or Mark? Or who's presenting from,
Even shorter yet. All right. I think I will. Otherwise, it may be a little bit. Well, that's as low as it goes. Now it's, I need my big platform shoes on. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Jeez, shorty, shorty. I lost. So we had a lot of discussion happening at our table, so much so we didn't write anything down. You'll see our notes are blank over there. However, I noted a few things for discussion here. So we talked a lot about the board members, the commission members and staff, and we were thinking about how they relate to one another, and we thought about them also across the board. So the alignment of, say, board to the commission members, it's very challenging for commission members who don't necessarily have the training necessary for that role, for them to come in and make decisions and make those recommendations to the board. So there's a push and pull there in terms of the information they're needed. And how far does their reach extend? I think it's challenging when it's not clear on what my role is when I'm on a commission. How far does my reach go? What are the expectations of me in the community? In terms of role clarity, the process that is used for the structure itself, I heard that from Director Roberts. The varying backgrounds in a lot of these electoral areas are so diverse. I think it's challenging to get a balanced approach or a balanced voice. The staff and board relationships, we heard a lot about the one employee model and using that employee to disseminate the information down to staff. But certainly there are times when there are projects or things where the elected official would like to have direct contact with that staff. So we discussed the level of staff in the organization and how do we sort through that? Is the manager the appropriate person to stop at versus going down to maybe a technician level or technologist who doesn't have the full scope of the information? The local to regional thinking, similarly to what I'm hearing at the other tables, that the electoral area directors having a voice and that representation is difficult. That split between the local and the regional is challenging. And how do you integrate all those bits and pieces into this big collective we call the regional board? A lot of the successful programs, we know chipping, transportation, those are big picture items, but they require a lot of decisions made at the local level as well. So there's a desire to be that dual nature. There was a comment about splitting the agenda into rural and regional issues. And I think that's an interesting concept, building on this is very clearly a rural issue, and then this is very clearly a regional issue that we'll be talking about. A little bit on priorities. I know we have so many things on the go, as the directors commented here, throw in a fire and a flood, and now it's really amazing the amount of work that's trying to be achieved. So to not forget about those items, and Mark mentioned the action tracker. So there are ways that we can track those things, but perhaps communicating that out to the board in a different way might be more helpful. And the last question, the formal means of communication. I think it's a bit problematic when things get bumped, and how do we get back to them, and what is the best way to approach those situations? We talked about the strategic planning process, and can we bring those back to the full group to talk more strategically about them when it's not happening at the board level? So I hope, team, I represented you well. That's it.
hey, Christy, your group? You have three of you? Yeah. Go ahead. That's the first question.
Yeah, I can see that. No, I can see. No, it's okay. I know what we're doing. We were going to sing a song. And because we couldn't decide, we all came up. So I'm going to tackle number one, and I think it's pretty much been covered, but every year we do this, and it seems like we still have to keep doing this. And one of the issues that we focused on more are the role of our commissions. So Parks and Rec, APCs, water committees, and others, and the fact that they truly are advisory and improving our education to them. I know we go out and we tell them this, but it takes maybe a couple times in a year to remind them of their role, that they are providing advice, not decisions, and they are truly advising the whole board. It's not just advice to that one area director. They are advising the board. And I think that's really important for them to know and understand, and that we may not go with the decision they'd like us to go with, but that's part of the process. And one of the key things is that it's on us when we're with our groups to remind them of this, and to really remind them that they are not advisory to staff. We've had some commission members think that they are there to call staff, to tell them what to do, to direct them on different projects. That is not their role. And if you know that's happening, you need to speak up and you need to educate your advisory committees so that they can do the job that they're expected to do, which is provide advice to the board. Okay, Manfred? Oh, Spencer?
So local and regional thinking. The big thing is we have to remember we're one entity as the regional district, but when we come here, we do still have a responsibility to the electorate that we come from. But when we look at how do we best serve them, we also have to look at it with that regional scope as well. So, take transit, for instance, we pay more than Manfred pays, but it's the same bus system, right? And we pick up that and we share that burden across the Similkameen. When we make decisions in Princeton, we make them in the scope of how is this going to impact Area H, how's it going to impact the Upper Similkameen Indian Band, and then what are the impacts down in Tim's area or Manfred's or even George's area, because everything flows down the river. We have to keep in mind, if we're going to do industrial development, how does that affect the rest of us? So it's all about how do we represent our citizens and our jurisdiction as a whole, and those shared services and the benefit to all of us, not just one or two of us.
Thank you, Spencer. So KMUS does pay $6,000 into the transit system in the Okanagan. So that tells you we don't have a bus, but when we get to Penticton, we can manage to get all the way to Kelowna, and that is the overarching thinking, even so we don't have a bus in KMUS other than the handy-dart, that is kind of getting you to Penticton, which we also pay in. The overreaching thought is, yes, big picture. So last question was time to discuss more final communication method. We thought that actually everything is already in place. What we need to enforce more and to educate those who are unclear about whose role is what is, enforce the one employee model. So the CEO has been in the past and is still very generous with access to staff. I think maybe that needs to be a little bit more targeted. And one of the suggestions was from Ed actually that we could do a similar system like we have with staff time and do tracking time. So a director who wants to see recreation manager or planning gets a certain time allotted to that is estimated depending on what kind of project that director wants to talk to, and that way directors are not able to spend 2-3 hours with the head of finance or planning or whatever they may, because they really don't have that time. I think that's kind of it, being respectful of staff time, and maybe there can be a way found from Carmen to educate staff and how they can express that, I'm sorry, I love you, but you really have to leave now because I got to get some work done. And I think maybe that is also part of what you need to do. And I don't know, you know more about that than I do. So that's in short it. Thank you.
Okay, lots of good information there. So we'll take that back and consolidate it, and we'll get it back up into a more formal structure where we can, because obviously there's differences of opinion around the tables as to all three of these questions. So what we need to do is find the consensus, hopefully, of the board. So we're going to break now, and Carmen's just coming around. She's going to talk about this issue of employee retention. And we know that this is not unique to us. I just had a CAO group meeting yesterday, and I know that every organization within our regional district certainly, but even provincially and nationally, that it is a different environment out there for supply and demand of qualified, knowledgeable people to fill senior and roles. There's really no entry-level jobs in local government anymore. People come in with a skill or a certification or a designation, and there is great competition for those types of positions. So we've certainly experienced turnover at the regional district for the last 3-4 years. And not only does it cause consternation for a CAO, but it causes great consternation throughout all of the staff complement, because if there's vacancies or if there's loss of knowledge or relationships, that certainly affects the stress level of all of the staff. So again, out of our risk assessment earlier this year, we came up with a whole bunch of different issues that Carmen has consolidated into a presentation called Staff Retention. And we're going to do a brief introduction on that, and then again put it out to the tables for you to discuss. So I'm going to turn this over to Carmen.
Are we on now? Oh, there we are. Okay. I'll just get the slide queued up here. Do I have to do that? Oh, there we go. Thank you. Thank you, Bill. And good afternoon, everyone. We do have a few things we would like to throw your way in terms of the staff retention discussion. So as Bill mentioned, the risk registry work that we did earlier this year highlighted this as something that staff were concerned about. We certainly heard this in the staff perception survey results and also in our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats analysis that was done in the departments. So we do have a few ideas as to why we're seeing staff turnover at the RDOS, and I will share some of those with you momentarily. What we would like to have you focus on this afternoon is in terms of our current state, what you believe are the causes of staff turnover here at the RDOS. Do you support being an employer that is one of choice in the South Okanagan? And what do we need to do to close the gap we're experiencing? And most importantly, next steps as we move forward in the preferred direction. Okay, so there's a lot on the slide. I appreciate that. We do know that turnover does have an impact, and I think everyone can relate to a change a team or an organization experiences when an individual leaves. Just one employee change in a small organization can make a huge difference. A regional district is unique in the services it can deliver, and as such, the employees required to deliver that service may be minimal. In some cases, we have one primary staff member to coordinate the majority of that function. And if they move on, the change in how that service is delivered will often be noticeable. As you can see from our list of impacts, they can be negative and challenging to overcome, certainly in the short term. We see a reduction in morale that can be associated in workload increases that need to be managed. This in turn leads to more stress on those left to do that work. We also hear that the remaining staff have concerns about that new incoming staff member and unsure how the team will function with that new individual. This is especially hard when that employee has been long tenured. The knowledge that comes from the history of the organization and of our member municipalities, it's not easy to transfer, as we found out when Zoe left after her retirement. It was a lot of knowledge in that head of hers. So it's complicated, and it really changes when that person moves on. We do observe productivity lags as teams distribute tasks to staff with perhaps less experience, high workloads themselves, or perhaps there are training gaps that need to be filled in order for the work to be completed efficiently. Higher stress levels, reduced uncertainty, and feelings of overwhelm, as Bill mentioned, can lead to commitment questions. We have heard staff say that they do not always feel valued and that the expectations are high, putting them in a conflict with their personal work-life balances. The spiral that can be experienced when this balance is not met can lead to burnout, resulting in short-term or even long-term leaves. We know turnover also has a financial impact, as we need to advertise to recruit for that role. We need to invest in their training. And this is it's not simply just an external training that takes place. It's also the internal staff hours required to get that new employee up to speed. We've all been in stores where there's someone in training. Well, the customers, we hope, have patience with the new employee. Learning the ropes can be frustrating for customers who expect to have knowledgeable staff when they come into a local government office. Along with this comes the inevitable change in how that service is delivered. Finally, all of these negative experience leads to an image of the corporation that is not flattering. Assumptions are made about why people leave, true or not, and it can be hard to shake a reputation once it is in disrepair. We know that our staff age demographic puts us in a position where we will be losing long tenured employees over the next 1 to 5 years. Within 5 years, over half of our staff will be 55 years or older. With a current complement of about 100 staff, this will significantly change our organization. We know that the pandemic certainly slowed movement in 2020. We had 42 postings then. We've got 47 out so far in 2021. So we know people are looking at opportunities and making moves. We've been space constrained at our main office for some time now. The annex space on the Estabrook took some pressure off in 2018, but the pandemic has put our tight spacing back into the spotlight. Work from home and use of other RDOS spaces has helped to some degree, but these challenges have caused a lot of stress for staff. It may not be directly attributed to turnover, but certainly a contributor to lower morale. We have noticed movement of staff who have been with us for shorter periods of time. We know some of the reasons for their movement is to larger cities, larger organizations, to be closer to friends or family, or to even have more room to grow in their profession. As mentioned earlier, regional district structure can be limiting, as there may not be opportunities to easily move up in the organization, or the time to do so is much longer than in other larger organizations with more positions. The RDOS does operate as a business with plans, procedures, policies, and it's not always easy to see changes in results or outcomes. People start to believe that despite the processes we have in place to engage, innovate, and achieve more, the changes they wish to see do not always happen, especially on their own timelines. Our annual staff perception survey has highlighted communication as an area that needs to improve. While many efforts have focused on this and yielded new opportunities, the efforts do not appear to move the needle towards achievement. We are currently working on our leadership and teamwork abilities, but there is an element of cynicism that change will be felt by everyone. We know the rates of pay are an issue for some of our positions. We routinely connect with our municipal partners on rates of pay, and we know we are losing some staff to higher salaried positions offered elsewhere. We do have abilities to address this with our collective agreement language, and we will continue to evaluate and address the gaps that we know are out there. We know the Okanagan is a place that everyone in Canada seems to be flocking to these days, or so it would seem by the lack of housing out there. So we know that for employees, especially those starting their careers, are finding suitable accommodation downright difficult. Rent is unaffordable for many and simply not available, especially for families. Living outside the community can be a nice escape, but it also can be a commute that infringes on that work-life balance. We've listed a few for consideration. We know that you will have ideas on things that we could consider further in the breakout session. I hate the people that know me as this fatalist, or not the fatalist, the optimist that I am. I can't end on a low note, so I have to talk about some mitigation, positive things. So we do have some things that we are embarking upon. First, we know the retirement wave is beginning, and we can bridge that gap from the senior positions to the junior roles. This is an obvious sign to employees that opportunities exist, and they can prepare for a higher level role with us. Secondly, we know that employees often leave due to conflicts they have with their team, they have the most interactions with. We are aware that our team and leadership styles have major impacts on our overall successes, and we are currently taking steps to improve this. We are coming up to a review of both exempt and union salaries, so this is a great time for us to be considering those pay gaps that we know exist. We know the housing needs cannot be fixed in the short term, but we do have the ability to use RDOS property for short-term rentals to assist new employees to have the opportunity to settle here. We will be exploring partnering opportunities with other organizations to further assist with this housing crunch. I know this topic is of interest to all of you here, and I hope that there will be many other ideas generated within your groups to further this conversation. So we have some questions for you to consider at each of your tables. I've given some ideas into what the causes of turnover may be at the RDOS. We'd love to hear your thoughts on this. We'd like to know, what is the preferred state? Do we want to be an employer of choice? And then what do we do about getting there from where we are now? And then most importantly, next steps as we move forward in our new preferred method. So I hope that's clear for everyone. We will have about 30 minutes to discuss the 4 questions, and then we'll bring it back to the group. Make sure you select a presenter and take good notes, presenters. Thank you.
I'm just waiting for Danny to put us in a breakout room.
We're proposing a piece of paper to vote on this today.
Well, I don't know if we can.
And so we understand things. Or just the process on YouTube Live, right? So we can see the address and then if we give them the code, then we want to log in. So if you look at the security, there's only 9 people. Yeah, there's only 3. Okay, somebody else. Who's voted twice? So if we give this code, here it is. Okay. That's one option. That's what we're doing.
Let's give it a try.
The guy at the company is trying to get it going, says, here's locks. Doesn't work. So he said, we just tested it, this does work. So, you got it.
Yeah, I know you will. All right, everybody. If you can wrap up your conversations at your tables, please. And we'll get ready for the presentations. All right. How about we start at the opposite side? Oh, first? Oh, sorry. Okay, we're doing some electronic first? Okay. I can hold it.
Well, I've got big enough head. Okay, we go on to the first page?
Are you on it?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I am. So we actually made it through in record time. I was actually kind of surprised, but anyway, we got through all 4 questions, and our first question was, what would be the causes of turnover? And what we focused on was not so much the other items that were listed, I think that Carmen had, but we thought that making our work experience a positive one was important. Obviously, ensuring that we have fair and competitive salaries within our area is important. We can switch over. Next page. So the question was whether or not we want to be an employer of choice. It was a resounding yes from our group. We want to make a positive, supportive organization, and that really was about culture. And part of that we thought was including a sense of pride into our everyday work. So that was something that we thought was really important for both the board and for staff. One more. So what do we do about it? We focus on what's strong and not what's wrong. We look at celebrating our successes, staff and community, and we look at telling the community about it as well. So this is about taking pride in what we do, and that was looking at media, social media as well, and telling the community really about what's right, what we've done. Next page. Some of the next steps would be to create an action plan. And the comment there was people don't fail, they fail to plan. We look at retirement plans as possibly as an incentive. And I really like this one. It was really more of an advice thing, which is don't go into politics. So that was our last one. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, you can look it. Come on. we have. No, we'll have some. You can do the jig up front there. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, and I hope you guys not raising a red flag. Politicians need to do their part. Don't delegate to staff. That's not how it works. Okay, Jim, good. Okay, I'm actually going to start at the bottom of our list because rather than looking from the outside in, we thought the first thing we need is what does staff think, how we can improve working environment. So an internal staff review, Carmen is nodding her head. Yes, that is also a human resource management thingy. And I think the rest we can all leave to Spencer now because it's all kind of together.
A lot of it is tied together. So in order to be a successful workplace, you have to respect your employees, and that goes with paying accordingly. If you undervalue your employees, you're not going to get the work out of them. So pay them more or appropriately. Enable advancement within the organization. That's one thing that a lot of people want to do. They want to know that they can climb that ladder, they can get to the top somehow. And if they don't see that, they're not going to stick around. So you offer training incentives and whatnot to be able to grow within your organization, and you don't have that turnover. Yeah, we're not a training organization anymore. The regional district's known as a training organization. People come here to get their feet wet and then move on to one of the other municipalities where they're going to get paid more. We need to stop that. So that goes back to paying more and training within. Improve our physical environment, so that we were thinking about physical space mostly. We need to be able to have room to move our arms in the office, and that's something we've been dealing with for a while. Consider family-friendly policies. This was a good one. So if you have kids and you need to, get them to the doctor or pick them up, or, have that flexibility so that families can still be families and still be part of our organization. Allow dog days. That it makes people feel better. People feel better, they want to work more. Stop undervaluing staff. Improve the corporate culture. So that's respectful workplace, respecting staff boundaries, flexible work hours, and then better incentive programs for staff. So, we'll come up with a kind of a bonus idea, and that goes to the continuous improvement incentive. And the way it was explained to me is you put in your ideas into a box, and if they're implemented, then you can get a bonus if there's something that works for the organization. And something that came up was a lot of people are wanting to go to a 4-day work week. It gives them incentive to have that extra day off and flex days and whatnot. So that's it, I think. Yeah.
Okay. There you go, Carmen. I didn't have to adjust the mic. Thanks. We started off and kind of followed it sequentially this time. Mark kept us in line because otherwise we're just going to go off on so many different things we can talk about because so much of this is very important. So the cause of turnover, we kind of went down and we talked about work environment. And one of the things we really discussed was staff feeling squeezed between the public, the board, and commissions. The ability to be able to say no, right? No means no. A lot of times having a place where they don't feel supported because you're getting the pressure from the public. We feel the pressure from the public and we dump on the staff, and then the commission's pushing. And it's that ability for them to have a feeling that they're supported in the role that they have, and that we mind, and which of course with the success coming forward, it's how we deal with that individually, how the organization does it with managers, and how we as board members respect the place of the individual staff. We talked about, again, the affordability. It's one thing to say, again, like this being a training area, but the issue is not just about finances as why you're here. The finances is how can you be here? You can't start at the bottom of the rung in the organization and then not be able to live here. So it makes it really challenging for people to see a prospect moving forward, bringing their families here and being able to see a future other than moving on. Professional growth was an issue that we thought everybody's been too busy, so it's difficult to be able to put a lot of emphasis and support in individual staff and their necessity to feel like not only are they valued, but they're being given as many opportunity to grow in their profession. And then, of course, overworked. This ties into when we start bringing in some of our solutions. We want to be an employer of choice. Follow the best practices in regards to span of control. Span of control in regards to instant command system is 5. So you would have 5 people under you or a max of 7. Now, that is a system. But if we as board members understand what those systems, those things, what is the best practice, when we come to a budget and we say, well, okay, this is the span of control that works for the RDOS, when we're being asked about financing staff or the needs of staff, it's going to make sense to us because all of a sudden we're going to say, wait a minute, I understand the span of control is getting too wide. We're not going to be able to be successful. People are going to feel overworked and they're going to feel stressed that they may even have things that they're passionate about, but they're not able to accomplish them. So span of control, professional development, and then of course salaries in regards to, do we stay with, we want to be the middle of the road? Well, if we want to be the middle of the road in regards to what we're paying, but Penticton, I believe it was just recently put out there that has one of the highest cost of living in the Okanagan. So that may not be a good, rubric or to look at. Staff support. We talked about, being able to instill the ability that they have, and that tied into your family idea, also peer support. Of course, everybody knows I always bring up my work in emergency services. This RDOS and all the staff that work here are emergency services. When we have a state of emergency, they're called on 24/7. What do they have in regards to critical incident stress support? Do they have peer support volunteers that call and say, hey, I heard that you had a hard day. It was kind of, is there anything I can do? Can I point you in the right direction for support? Right? What do we have instilled there? So what can we do about it? One of the things we talked about is directors following a code of conduct, which we've talked about today as well. And that's also when we do have the opportunity, we have a one employee model where we talk to the CAO, but then we have a project or we have something where we're working with the staff. We sometimes all of a sudden are going to be really pushy in regards to what our agenda is, where we want to go. We need to be able to create space when we're talking, am I following process? Are you feeling okay? Can I come to see you at another time? Is this a bad time? Showing respect for that person's time, because that person's got a lot of responsibilities, and like every one of us have our own agendas. Then we have the over-encompassing agenda, and we have just the day-to-day needs to be done, and it's a lot of pressure and stress on the individual. Recognize the staff for specific work projects. What we're looking at, I think that was the one where we're talking about when people come up with their own ideas, or we're supporting their initiatives, giving them a lead role in those things, and then being also to show them kudos and support in that. And keep the workload tied to a strategic plan. So that was also where we're bringing up into the next sheet, was that our strategic plans, that we're able to go back, have an understanding of sequentially where the priorities sit, and that we have a clear understanding in the strategic plan. We know where the resources need to be. We understand in the strategic plan how we need to meet the best staffing to be able to reach our objectives. So we're all talking the same language. And at the same time, we then aren't sitting here when a budget proposal or a staffing proposal comes up going, well, that's just going to cost more money. Why are we doing that? What are you doing for it? What are you doing in my area? It's like, no, we're trying to meet this objective, which is to fit within this structure, which is going to lead us to success with our objectives. So, good. That's it.
I'm going to have to deal with this. Okay. So causes of turnover. First, we talked about the effect of the pandemic. and that people have changed their priorities because of the pandemic. They've been looking inward, and it's not just about their career anymore. It's about quality of life, living close to families, and that has created that in respect has created some turnover. We've talked about how headhunters have become more aggressive these days. They make money every time there's a turnover, and that's been noticeable for when there is a job. The headhunters come knocking. We talked about the challenge level of jobs. Some people might get bored in their jobs, and there might be a lack of internal mobility. The job might not be what the person thought it was when they first took it on. COVID and things like emergency response means job descriptions can change once they're in the position. And we had a kind of an interesting discussion where we didn't really agree about whether vaccine mandates were a cause for people wanting to leave or a reason for people wanting to stay. I guess the jury is still out on that. So. In terms of employer of choice, we kind of agreed the work environment was really important. The space where employees work currently for the RDOS is below provincial standards, and so there's kind of an agreement that we needed to improve that. The emergencies that have added stress to staff, we need to kind of, then that kind of takes away from their job. That needs to be addressed somehow. And it was mentioned that shouldn't entirely fall on the RDOS. The municipalities, for example, have a role in addressing emergencies. The big thing was the ability to pay, and it was recognized the RDOS is at the lower end compared to most of the member municipalities. And we recognize there's tax implications for increasing everybody's pay, and there might not be a widespread appetite for that. So we talked about what else could we offer more than what larger organizations might not be able to, go beyond if we can't match their pay. And for example, the culture of the organization, the challenge of the job. People will take a job if they think it's challenging. And we heard Jim tell us how he went to work for West Kelowna because it's a brand new municipality, and the challenge there was really attractive to him. We talked about flexibility of schedules, flex hours, like 4 days a week, working from home, offering childcare, just tailoring kind of jobs for the person, rather than tailoring the person for the job, so to speak. We talked about staff housing, and both Osoyoos has a townhouse. I don't know if it's a townhouse or a house owned by the town, but or townhouse owned by the town. So they have one, and City of Penticton has staff housing. So that's for those key positions that they need to bring in there. So that's an idea that we could embrace. We talked about having split shift, job sharing, and mentoring, so you don't just throw a new employee in at the deep end. And we talked a lot about how we'd have to make sure we get the unions on board for anything like you do like that. And for example, especially if we're talked about, could we use less staff positions and more contractors? That always brings in the union. And we also talked about increasingly for all these different innovations that you increasingly need to get the lawyers involved and look at what you can and can't do. And that was it.
Here comes my notes. Dana. Well, I don't know that we have anything much more to offer than has been said already. I mean, we know there's tons of causes. With some people, it could be wages. Some people, it could be lack of professional development. Some people retire. Other people are just not engaged with their employer. Some people are feeling overworked, maybe not recognized enough. They feel like they don't have the quality of life that they'd like. They want more flexibility in their workspace. Those kind of things. They don't like their workspace. That can be a simple thing as that they come into the office and this was sounded like a wonderful job and I'm working in this closet. So in my working career, which ended a couple of years ago, it's interesting how the conversations changed from sitting there interviewing a candidate, asking what they could do for you, they could do for the city of Kelowna, and it was more about what we could do for them. And that's really a shift that's happened. The lack of loyalty in employees today, especially younger employees, is just amazing. There's so many opportunities out there, and if they're not getting what they want here, they're quite willing to just move and go somewhere else. So at the end of the day, I think, what do? We know what the causes are, and they're all over the map. We really need to have a robust HR department that has a program in place that's assessing the needs of employees, regularly talking with them about engagement, looking at work-life balance, understanding the dynamics in the workforce. All those things have to be happening on a regular basis. And you're still going to lose people. There's just nothing you can do about it. It is worth spending the money, though. At the City of Kelowna, when I was there, they figured it was about $40,000 to replace a person. You start walking with 2 or 3 or 4 people walking out, especially people in senior management positions, it is worth spending a few $1,000s on engagement and retention and flexibility and those types of things. It's not one thing, it's a bunch of things. And I think a robust HR department doing everything they can to make sure the employees are happy and knowing that they're going to have to attract employees as well, because you're always going to lose people. So I think that's what we kind of came up with at the end of the day. Thank you.
Is that it for cables? Okay, so thanks. Oh, did I startle Mark? Sorry about that. That then wraps up the presentations and the roundtable discussions. What we're going to do now is we're going to give a brief introduction into the budget workshop that's going to occur tomorrow. And Jim is going to step up. And I have to say, this is Jim's first full year having experience with the regional district and developing and putting into effect his own tools and processes for the budget. So it's much more robust than it has been in the past. And we thought it'd be a good idea for us to give Jim some time just to introduce how this is going to occur, starting off tomorrow, and some of the tools that he's going to be using, and just how to manipulate and work your way through the documents that you've been coming out with. So we'll get Mr. Zaffino up here, and he can chat. You could sit here, Jim, if you want. And then everybody can see your face instead of your back. And you can move back to the U because we're done with roundtables. You're okay? Yeah, sit right here. Yeah, not Mike is left.
Do you need me to round them up?
Sure.
Okay, directors, we're going to get started here with Jim and Budget 2022.
Thank you. I know this is exciting, and I'll try to not get you too excited. So I don't have a PowerPoint presentation today. I do have 77 slides tomorrow, and I think that's enough for the budget. What you can expect tomorrow is not just the budget, but we're going to have delegations come in to talk to you about grant and aid submissions. So in your PowerPoint presentation slide that you got in advance, it stated that there was one that's formally submitted, but there is more expected because I needed to get the report to you by Friday, and the deadline was Friday. So there's about, I believe, 9 now, and the majority are coming in to ask to make a presentation and ask for funds. However, there are some that are going to ask for funds without coming in. So that's something that you'll have to make a choice on if they get it or not. So what the agenda is for tomorrow is, it starts off with a review of the agenda for the day, brief introduction for the 2022-2026 budget. And I'm proud to say that this will be the first budget that the regional district had where it's a baseline operational budget. So if you look at what I sent you, and I'll just briefly go over the different schedules in a minute, is that you've got a capital budget now and an operational budget. And with that, starting in 2022, you'll be able to start comparing apples to apples, where in previous years, the capital component was introduced as part of the operational budget. So it would be hard to take a look at the tax increases too, because one of the things is that some of the capital costs were funded by taxes, where there wasn't enough reserves or grants, et cetera, to fund the project. And one of the things that I'll be asking for in one of the future budget meetings is a policy where the board has a policy that says all capital projects are never funded directly from taxes. They can be funded indirectly by a transfer to reserves on the operational side, but no direct tax increase on the capital side. So if you take a look at your budget for the capital side, which is, take a look here, it's one of the schedules. I believe it's Schedule D. It has a 5-year plan, and with the 5-year, Schedule E, sorry. With the 5-year plan, it shows how they're funded in the 5 years, what the projects are, and what you don't see is on the far left side where staff will see is it's got a tracking code. So that tracking code will be able to determine exactly what it costs, and at the end of the year, if there's any excess funds, and it stays into reserves. Also included in the capital section, Schedule E, is the detailed description of why capital project is being requested for in 2022. From 23 to 26, it's got the dollar amount, but not the detail. In 23 and 24, in the year that the budgets are occurring, then they're required, the staff's required to give you detail. So in that detail, it also has the consequences or what the results are going to happen if you agree to the capital project. So what's happening in the past, and in a lot of, not just the regional district, but in other local governments, is when a council or board authorizes a capital project, there's future consequences to that budget in future years that you don't see until that happens. So for instance is, if we buy a park in 2022 and we start upgrading it, and 2023, 24, we start doing maintenance, all of a sudden these maintenance costs appear out of nowhere. Why? Because we need to keep it up. Starting with this year, you see the consequences for that new capital projects immediately. And what's important is that when you're authorizing the capital projects, you're authorizing those operational costs at the same time. And they're actually shown on the report. If they're not shown on the report, you're not authorizing it, you don't have to. So that's something that I've done in the past, and it stops surprises in the future. So when it comes time for you to review the capital projects, look at the bottom right-hand corner of that report also, because it has the 5-year consequences for choosing or authorizing that project. So in addition to the Schedule E for the capital, Schedule A has a budget summary. We are a regional district, and instead of looking at the areas as each individual separate electoral area and municipality. I've done it at the program level. So that 156, and it's 156 services now because the Apex Fire Department came online. So the 156 pages of the operational budget now is consolidated in the program level in approximately 10 pages by program. So that makes it easier for you to take a look at. And if you do want to look at your specific area, on the far left-hand corner of Schedule A, it shows the page number. So you can go right from the program budget summary to your page number, and you can take a look at the specific results or the specific increases for that area. Also included is the Schedule B, is it takes the budget summary by program and shows you the material budget variance. So it doesn't mean that there's an error, it just means that there's a variance in there that you may want to take a look at. I've had meetings with some of the directors already and showed them how that works. But if there's a concern about your tax increase, that's where you need to start looking at is the material budget variance. Schedule C, that is the tax requisition. So that has a summary page by municipality and electoral area. So it shows your actual tax increase, the tax amount as it stands now. And it's important to note that this is a draft budget that will change, and it could change right up until you adopt it. I've got a number of meetings set with electoral area directors and the municipal directors, and I'm encouraging the municipal directors to actually be part of this, where ask questions so that you're not only in your area that it affects, but also in the electoral area, so you're seeing it the budget as a whole. So with that, it also has the specific electoral area budgets and tax requisitions included in that. So in some cases, you may see that, wow, this is a huge increase, but that can be adjusted based on the meetings. And one thing that's important is that the meetings isn't just with you and me, it's with the managers also. Because one of the things that I just remembered I failed to say, this isn't, budget is just, you see me, you hear me talk, but I've got all of the managers behind me that helped do this. This is a team effort from CAO to all of the different senior managers in the organization and the staff that helped support them. And I always want to give credit to them because as the CAO stated, this is my first full year and it's my opportunity to make a lot of recommendations and changes. And you could see some of those changes in the forms that I've included in your budget. And all of those forms are electronic, so that these people, the staff filled out electronically and they had access to make changes with it, and they had hands-on in every aspect of it. One of the other things that I've included, and I don't have it for the municipal level because I need to talk to the municipal CFOs, is the non-market growth. So I discussed last year that I will be including the non-market growth, which is assessments that weren't there last year and new buildings, new businesses, et cetera, that are now there this year, and it adds to the tax base. So in some cases, you'll see that I may have 3% tax increase for one of the electoral areas, and then on the right side, I say 2% growth. So the actual tax increase could be 1%. And I say could be because that non-market growth, that's another policy that I'll be asking the board how they want to treat it, is the board can treat the non-market growth for their areas as a service increase, a transfer to reserves, or decreased taxes. And that's something that it could be consistent or it can be variable depending on the year. And in my previous life, it was a combination of half transfer to reserves and a half to help increase services. And if it turns out to be a bad year, like COVID years can be, you can use it for reduced taxes. But that's something that we'll be bringing to the board as another policy review. Again, as I stated, Schedule E is the capital budget. There's two areas that I call Section 1 and 2, not schedules. And the reason they're sections is because they're not in the budget, not until you as a board determine if you want to accept the recommendations or not. In the past, they've been called program changes, So I call them program changes slash, one of them is a supplemental service request, and another one is a full-time equivalent request. So supplemental service is a good example would be, let's say you have a park in your area that the service was cutting the grass twice a week. And now demand and service requests say, let's do it 3 times a week. Well, there's a cost and a consequence to that. To me, that's a supplemental service. And it's your choice to see if you want to pay for it because ultimately it's your taxes that are paying for it. So there's a number of supplemental service requests, and that's one of the things we'll be discussing, and it's in your PowerPoint slides. I also included the tax consequence for each of the services. No, so it's not the tax consequence for your area as a whole, it's a tax consequence for that specific service. Same thing with the Section 2, program change, program full-time request equivalent. It is also not in the budget, and it won't be in the budget until you, as a board, determine if that service FTE is going to be acceptable or not. The staff was also required to fill out a form on that, and both forms also include, just as in the capital, what the consequence of the future would be if you accept that supplemental request or the full-time request. In the past, when you had a full-time request, you were authorizing the payment or the FTE, and the funds or the cost for the employee would be part of the budget. What is now included is, does that person need a desk? Does that person need a truck? Does that need a license, a software license, etc.? So that's included. So you're also authorizing that. And the same thing with the supplemental service request. There's a consequence to that. And again, you've got to take a look at, you're not authorizing the increase for the 2022, you're looking at and authorizing the increase for the future years. So what we're trying to do as a team is stop having surprises in year 2, 3, or 4, because as you're authorizing the budget for 2022, you're also looking at the next 4 years after that. So what that does is it has a continuity. It makes it easier because you now have 2 budgets. Apologize. You went from 156 budget pages to 156 for operational and about 120 for the capital section. That doesn't mean that there's 120 program areas. It means that there's probably 40 different areas that have capital requests, services. However, the other pages are the detail that comes with it. And there's also something that is new it's been in the past, you haven't really seen it, but I've now formalized it, is a carry forward form. So the projects that you authorized as a board in 2020 for 2021 that weren't completed, and there's a lot of reasons why, are being carried forward into 2022, you now see them. And the dollars that are in the carry forward are preliminary right now because staff knows that the job's not going to be finished, and they estimated how much of the job's going to have to be carried forward. So you are authorizing the carry forward, but by the time you get to third reading, we will have a better number of how much dollars we're carrying forward. Not that it's a major issue because it's not funded from taxes. It's funded from reserves, grants, donations, etc. So it's not a major issue in that in prior years, it was the funding, you had to be careful that if you forgot it, then you have to pay taxes all over again. Also, I committed to the board that any projects that are carried forward from 1 year to another do not have to pay the administration fee because as the board authorized staff and last year, that there's an admin fee, 20% of the admin fee, total admin is recharged back to capital. So by having staff determine what the carry forward projects are, we don't charge that double on the administration overhead fee. So that made it easier for us. There's a large number of the carry forwards that are there. You'll see that there's a huge ask on capital, and the biggest reason is that biggest reason, I'm almost finished. The biggest reason is that because of the carry forwards. Otherwise, it would be a normal year. So I look forward to listening and answering your questions and making the presentation to you. I promise that I'll try not to make it boring, but how could a budget be boring? So, and thank you.
Okay, so what we want to do now is take a break. We still do have some technical difficulties with regards to our voting structure, and I'll explain those to you when we get back. But 2:30 now, the Regional District Board meeting starts at 3, and we'll start off just with the election of the chair and vice chair, and then do the other regulatory requirements. Then we'll go into the Hospital District Board meeting, and we'll do the same thing. So take a break now. Sorry, and Danny, did you have something?
There we go. For the directors that are coming in remotely, the board meeting is a different invite. It's you should have had it in your email. I will reconfirm and send that out to any directors that are coming remotely, but this session will be ending remotely and we'll be starting up the normal board session for the 3 o'clock time slot. So yes. Just aware of that. Thank you.
Okay, so take a break, back at 3.